If you are speaking this evening, we ask that you please sign in. We also ask that you please direct all comments, questions, and concerns to this board. Because we have such a robust agenda this evening, we will be adopting the 3-minute rule, so there will be time for rebuttals as well as those that wish to speak from the public. So we want to make sure we're conscious of time. We also want to be respectful to one another. If you do need to speak to one another, we ask that you please take any conversations out into the hallway. It interferes with our ability to hear those that are speaking. We're going to start this evening's meeting. First, we'll start with the request to open our meeting this evening. Is there a motion?
I make a motion that we open the meeting for the Board of Architectural Review and Historic Preservation, September 25, 2013.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. My name is Curtis Highsmith. I am your chair. We'd like to introduce our panel. We have Ham Hogue, Esther Pastor, Christina Redding, Brian Brady. We'd like to welcome our historic consultant, Zach Studeneroth, our legal counsel, Bo Robinson, and Antoinette, as always, we welcome you as well. We're going to start this evening's meetings with signs, and first application sign, please.
Mr. Chair, the application for Tech Solutions for a sign, there's a note in the file that said if they are not present this evening, that they will, our building department will be removing the signs.
We'll be removing the signs?
Right, so there's no representation.
Okay. So is he asking for an adjournment or just to be?
No, just he's still on the application, but it's, if he's not here, as it shows, it's the 5th meeting, I believe.
Sorry, I'm speaking on that sign.
Okay.
Sorry.
He doesn't have to take his signs down so far.
Okay.
Your name for the record, please.
Ronald Fisher.
Okay. Ronald?
So the applicant knows that you're not happy with the existing sign, so they've asked us to present a second option.
Okay. This is not something that's been part of the application as of yet, correct?
Correct. Yeah, this is the
Correct.
first time you're seeing it.
If you could hand it into
Want to enter
Antoinette,
that in?
she will stamp it into a record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So he simplified the design, making it more for identification, and he was hoping to get approved for one of the taglines.
Yeah.
So Tech Solutions, mobile phones, and computer repair. Will it be lit?
No.
No lanterns?
No.
White background, black lettering?
Yes.
This replicates the font.
Correct. That's exactly how it would appear.
Any public comment on the application? Anything further from the board?
No, it's simplified and it's back to what we had.
Motion to approve.
Make a motion that we approve the sign application for Tech Solution on 260 Hampton Road.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Good luck. Next application,
Chair,
please.
Chase Bank, excuse me, changing the awning colors.
I have to recuse myself.
Good evening. My name is Frank Bergoli. I'm here representing J.P. Morgan Chase. What they'd like to do on the awning, they have a blue awning up presently with the logo Chase in the front. What they'd like to do is make it black in color with the two logos on the side. If you're seeing the rec book, which I submitted, do you have one, sir?
Yes.
They would like to just make the awning black. It'll be weatherproof, and instead of having the word Chase and the logo up in front, they want to put the logo on both sides of the awning, and the frame will remain the same. They're only recovering the awning. And this blue that's up there now is ragged, torn, and they'd like to replace it.
Anybody have any comment?
I think it'll be an improvement.
Thank you.
Any public comment on this? Okay, I'd like a motion.
I make a motion that we approve the change of awning color for Chase Bank, 60 Main Street.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
He's coming in. Next application is for Citarella for storefront signs, 20-22 Hampton Road. In the front and the rear is, I assume, a parking lot.
The applicant, John Bennett, I think you have Don Jules' graphic in front of you. It's black lettering. It's the Cinderella logo. And I, just so that you can see what it actually looks like in the flesh, there's a copy of this is a photograph from the East Hampton Cinderella store. So that's the exact same thing. Trade logo. Very, very, very.
John, the difference
Locate.
is the lighting on this are goosenecks. The ones that you're proposing are fluorescent, correct?
Yes, that's right.
I'm sorry?
Fluorescent.
48-inch
Fluorescent,
lights to be mounted over the
2400
front and back.
lumens, right?
Yeah. No, I'm handing that up so you can see the lettering. That's all.
Is your client willing to go with the different type of lighting that
Excuse
they
me?
have in East Hampton?
Excuse me?
Said it-
No, that's the East
Is the client flexible on the lighting fixtures?
Would you prefer the East Hampton lighting fixture? That's fine.
Just a question.
That's not a problem.
So you'd
The
be
board
willing-
would prefer the East Hampton style lighting fixtures. That's fine.
Okay, so no fluorescent lit back lettering, it would just be a goose down. Is that correct?
Okay with you, Joe?
It's fine,
It's fine.
either way.
Okay,
Either
the
way.
other question is the lighting at the rear or the parking lot faces a residential zone? Can you eliminate the lighting and only approve the lighting on the Hampton Road side? Leave the signage, however?
We have to have some lighting,
In Bridgehampton,
and it's in a commercial zone.
Christine?
in Bridgehampton, on the side, you have lanterns and no lighting on the sign itself, on the side.
If you're speaking, you have to speak into the
That's
microphone.
the principal, Joe Guerrera. You want to come up, Joe? What were you looking for in the rear? There's got to be some lighting.
Lack of lighting or very limited lumens.
There is-
A gooseneck instead of fluorescent, first of all, maybe one.
This gooseneck is East Hampton #1. In Bridgehampton, there is fluorescent lighting that's on top of the sign
In
that
the
comes
front.
down. That's
In
the
the
one.
front,
on
on
Montauk
Montauk
Highway,
But
yes.
on the side, there's just the sign and
just the
then
sign,
two
correct.
carriage lamps. And since the back of this building faces a residential district, maybe there could be no lighting on that back sign and just have carriage lamps.
If you would prefer that,
Yes.
Oh,
I think personally, I think those carriage lamps would be probably more disturbing than the light that's going to come down and wash the sign, personally.
Okay,
If
so
you want those that are on the side of the building that you're referring to, I'm okay.
There are four that are being shown here, and as you stated for the record, this was the Bridgehampton.
No,
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 that's
that's
East
East Hampton.
So there are four, so is the four lanterns what you're proposing for this
We
application?
weren't proposing the gooseneck. You asked for it. What
I
would you
was-
like?
Well, now it's being proposed.
Okay, so what would you like?
Three.
What would you like? It doesn't matter.
Three?
Three?
Three of them, maximum.
Gooseneck.
Gooseneck. On the front. On the rear, two carriage lights.
Okay,
Okay.
that's fine.
That's fine.
Christine, comments?
What, no, don't finish.
I personally, I really think if you're familiar with the sign in Bridgehampton, correct? That there's a fluorescent, a very small fluorescent, light fluorescent along the whole light
Yeah.
that washes down the sign. I personally,
think it'll
I-
project less.
I think that's much more subtle than those carriage lights. But if you want the carriage ones, it's fine. I don't care.
Carriage lights are lower.
Carriage
They're
lights are
lower.
lower and they're more subtle and it's facing a residential area. That's what my opinion
I
would be.
think the carriage lamp.
Okay?
I think the carriage lamp.
Okay.
That's fine.
Brian,
Thank you for
anything
being,
further?
thank you for being
Thank
so
you for being-
cooperative.
and thank you for being
It's
flexible.
greatly appreciated.
No problem.
Any comments? Christine?
No.
Esther?
I'm fine.
Pam, any comments?
No.
Any public comment on the application? Please, could you step forward? Your name for the record.
My name is Jose Araújo, and I'm a tenant on that property, and I would like to know what's the size and what location, because I have about 2/3 of the front on Hampton Road,
Are you the party store
correct?
And the children's store.
and the
And,
children's store?
correct.
Okay.
Do we have a dimension on this?
Were you able to get into the building department to take a look and see the site, see the plan projection
I've seen one about a month ago.
a month ago?
Okay, dimensions of the total sign is 100
This is
inches
this is the placement first.
by 24 inches tall.
Just for clarification, 2/3 of one of the buildings is two buildings.
Understood.
Right.
Are you able to see the placement?
Yep, yeah, I see.
2 feet tall by about 8 feet long.
Correct. A big part of that sign is gonna be directly above the children's store, with the clothing store.
photographs in the file.
The two windows on the to the left, it belongs to my store.
Yes, but the lettering is not in any way at all covering.
above.
Here it is, over by
It's center to the actual location of where Spinelli is located. It's in no way at all expanded to cover any portion of
Have you
it.
seen this? Can you show us exactly where your windows are? Excuse me? Sorry.
This is not going to work this way. Zach.
This window, it belongs to the party store,
Sure.
and this window here is to the children's store. So, and this is the main entrance. So the sign is staking on right above the store that I rent from him.
Where is your current sign right now?
I have one on the glass.
Do you have anything above the glass?
Right now, no.
Yes.
It's really a question of property, of the relationship between the tenant and landlord. If the owner of the property, who's standing in front of you, wants to put this sign on there, and it conforms with everything, he can put the sign on there. If he has some alleged property right to prevent that, that's not germane to any discussion before this.
The
board.
agreements on the landlord leasing agreement per signage on the building. How I don't understand how that would play into if the owner here is here currently and mentioning that he agrees with the placement of the applicant.
John's right. It
Has
has
no-
no jurisdiction of this board, and if the tenant did have any specific rights, then, he would have shown up with them tonight in his hand, I would think. But it's no jurisdiction of the board as to the tenant and the landlord. If the landlord owns the building, he's got the right presumptively to determine what signs are going there and where they're going.
Very good. Thank you.
So I go if I wanted to apply for a sign right above the window now.
I think first you would have to discuss this with your landlord, and he will have to discuss on your placement of that sign. We don't get involved with the agreements between landlord and lease.
I just would like to clarify. That's why I'm here.
Understood.
Very well.
It's not the board's job to clarify that, though.
Pass that back to you. Is there any additional public comment on the application? Motion to approve.
I make a motion that we approve the sign for Citarella 20-22 Hampton Road with the modification of 3 gooseneck lamps for the Hampton Road facade and 2 carriage lanterns at the rear of the property.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Nico Struck, attorney, 37 Windmill Lane, excuse me, for storefront sign and 3 awnings.
Aye.
Hello, Ronald Fisher for the application.
3 separate awnings?
Yes, at this time, the plan is only to put on the one over the door, but they want approval for the other ones to add at a future date.
The awnings of future would have no writing or any type of...
Correct, there's no
They would just be
graphism.
blank.
Yes,
They're retractable?
they are not retractable awnings.
Okay. Christine, comments?
No.
Brian?
No, I think it's appropriate.
Esther?
I think it's good.
Pam?
I'm fine.
Any public comment on the application? Motion to approve?
I make a motion that we approve the application of Nika Strunk, attorney at 37 Windmill Lane.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Next application.
Next application is for Southampton Cultural Center for
I'm sorry, there was a sign with that one also?
approve.
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
That was just added today.
I'm Kirsten Lonnie for the Southampton Cultural Center. The package you have in front of you, the first 2 images show you what's on the building right now, the front and the side entrance. And then the 3rd image just shows that white signage is a lot more visible than black. And then the 4th one shows what it's actually going to look like. And then the fifth one is the Levita Center, that's the side entrance sign. And then you have a general elevation of what it's going to look like, including Veterans Hall.
Materials?
The material for Southampton Cultural Center is aluminum. And the Levita Center sign is PVC with whatever they put on there.
PVC.
Yeah.
Ryan, comments?
No, I think it's fine.
Christine?
No.
Esther? Pam?
Very handsome, very appropriate.
Had no issue with
Thank
the
you.
application. Any public comment? Motion to approve?
I make a motion that we approve the application for the Southampton Cultural Center for their sign.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
It concludes our sign applications for this evening. First application, historic.
Susan Lillywhite, 68 Jobs Lane, for installation of 2 bay windows and a new side entrance. I have a question. I thought that we went through this about 3 meetings back, and I think we approved the application as well, and we asked 2 meetings back whether it had been approved. So just want to ask if we can go back on the minutes, please.
Please, can you look in our minutes?
Unless there have been any changes by the applicant, but I didn't see any this afternoon.
This is
Yeah,
an
we did,
alteration
yeah.
and adding the bay window.
Bay window and
There was
changing the
very
door.
little discussion about it.
Well, we had discussion.
Very little, but there was some.
Okay.
So we need a decision.
So I make a motion?
No,
Just,
it has,
I
Are
think
you
just
still
checking the
checking?
minutes, and then
Okay.
it has to be in writing.
Oh, wait, it's historic, okay.
Okay, board members, any opposition? Any issues?
No.
Any public discussion? Any comments? Because the property is located in the historic district, at this time, it will be adjourned for a written decision by council. Motion,
At the last meeting, the decision wasn't ready yet. That's what I have on August 28th, that was.
The consensus was made.
Yeah.
Okay.
Same as this time.
motion to adjourn for written decision.
I make a motion that we adjourn for written decision. Susan Lillywhite, 68 Jobs Lane, to install 2 bay windows and a new side entrance.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next application, please.
Anthony Gunaris, 130 Hill Street, second-story additions to dwelling and conversion of garage into a pool house.
And then
Hi,
two
Steve
And a car-
Rossetti,
two-car garage,
architect,
sorry.
and the owner, Anthony Guarneris. This project consists of 3 projects. One is the second-floor addition to the house. The second is converting the existing garage to a cabana pool house. And the third is a 2-story garage, brand new.
2-story garage?
Excuse me?
2-story garage? Say 2-story
Two-car.
garage or 2 bay
Two-car.
garage?
2 bay.
Okay, just for the record, thank you.
The house, yeah, I think you have some pictures there. We're adding to the rear of the house. The shingles will match the existing in color, and so will the trim.
Could you speak up just a little bit?
Oh. The pool house, I think the only thing that's changing is where the garage door is, and we'll be installing French doors in that place. It already has
Same
a
opening,
bathroom inside and everything already. And the 2-bay garage would be brand new with vertical cedar siding.
Zach, contributing?
When we looked at this, I'm not certain that it's contributing, but certainly the improvements are not excessive, they're quite modest, and they don't change the architectural character of the building property, so they're appropriate.
Posting and mailing is in file as well. Anything further? Anything further?
You have questions?
Pam?
No, I don't have any questions. Steve, actually I do. Just, can you walk us through the materials for a second once again?
What was that?
Roof material.
What do we have on there? I think asphalt shingles.
What color?
Dark gray, dark black.
Okay. Siding?
Siding on the house.
Everything
Addition
matches
will be
existing,
natural
correct?
cedar.
Right.
The cabana is what you have there today, basically cedar shingles, natural.
Esther, comments?
I have no problem.
Christine? Fine.
Excuse me.
So, do you have anything further?
Appropriate.
Any public comment on the application? Due to the property being located in the historic district, we must empower our legal counsel to prepare a written decision. So at this time, we'll adjourn the application so that our counsel can prepare that written decision. We'll have it at our next meeting. Do you have any questions?
Okay, thanks.
Motion to adjourn for written decision.
I make a motion that we adjourn the application of Anthony Ganaris at 130 Hill Street for a written decision by our council.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Next application, please.
Next application is 354 South Main LLC for two-story additions, exterior alterations, and construction of new pool house.
That's right.
I'm going to step away from this application. I was originally involved during the early on planning process, not planning process, I should say bidding process, and I think it would be appropriate for me to step aside.
Okay.
I understand we only have 3 minutes, so I'll talk as quick as I can.
Thank you.
Here are 3 mini sets. It's a big house.
That,
It's an important house, so.
that only applies to those, not the presentation, but
Oh, okay. I'll try to be quick. Could you have a full
we
dance
appreciate the time.
Take one. For the record, John David Rose Architect, located at 5 Main Street, Southampton, New York. With me tonight, I have the landscape architect, Perry Gio, and Scott Rose from my office. Letters of affidavit of mailing, affidavit of posting, which you should also have in your file.
It is?
In your file should be pictures of the surrounding property. It is?
Yes.
Well, we start, Zach contributing.
Oh, yes. Contributing building, very important structure.
For the record.
For the record. And unfortunately, my client has worked on projects and owned projects like this before, so we recognize the value of this structure. Here's the building inventory form, a copy of which should be in your file as well. And you have the reduced plans, and we have a model, and we have some elevations as well behind us that are blown up. The building was built in 1887. The architect, it's called Windico. The architect was Robert Robertson, who also designed the Rogers Memorial Library. This is a very important building. It's an R120 zone. It's on 1.49 acres. The allowable lot coverage is 10,592. The existing, because you may recall there's a tennis court on there, which we're going to remove, is actually 11,137. When we do our removal, we'll be down to 7,224. So it's quite a bit smaller than the lot coverage that's there now. We're going to add a 3-car garage, 936 square feet with habitable space above, a new pool house, and the pool, this model is rather accurate, with the exception of the hedges. These hedges are shown at 8 feet. In fact, they're approximately 20 to 24 feet tall. If we built the hedges to scale, you wouldn't be able to see the model. We have photos as well, if you'd like, of the taller hedges, and it's labeled on the survey. Existing, there's 9 bedrooms, and when we're done, there'll be 9 bedrooms. Many of the existing bedrooms are rather small. We've joined rooms, made them closets, quite frankly, some of them. So the scale of the project really isn't increasing that much. And where we are adding, as you can see in this model, here is the main road, we're only adding right here. And as you know, when you add to historic structures, it's really important that you're careful how you add on to. And if not, we're going to hide it, but certainly it's way in the back. The porte cochere, which is lovely, I'm sure you're all familiar with it. I'm going to spin this around for you. We did not build the model, so I'm quite happy, and I'll show it off. Porte cochere is here, that's existing, and of course, this is all going to remain. And we've picked up some of the architecture here in the pool house as well. All very quiet. We recognize the value of this home. Our additions will be in the back, and a matter of fact, where we're adding on to, someone had done an addition, I don't know how long ago, but it was rather rough. The only spot, and we're pulling that off and doing our addition there. It's lightly connected, you can walk through them. So it starts to pick up what happens with the porte cochere. A description of the work briefly. New foundation, new insulation, new sheetrock, new electric, new heating plants, plumbing, electric fixtures. We're going to keep, very important, all the old stained glass windows. There are many in them, and some are in better shape than others. So they're all going to be removed before we do the demo and the lift, for temporary lift, to put in the full basement. And it will all be restored with a pane of insulated glass on the outside. The siding will remain.
Who's doing your lifting?
Guy Davis. The siding will remain, and any new siding will match the old, which is the painted white. If you go through your history books, you'll see that when it was first built, it actually wasn't painted white. But this is kind of how we know it. The roofing will be probably replaced because it's not in great shape, but of course it would be cedar shingles. Going to say the shutters, the windows, all the important architecture. And on the inside, although I know that's not your jurisdiction, there's a lot of nice finishes inside. The staircases are beautiful, as you can imagine. Some of the mantels are beautiful, and wherever we can, we're going to save them.
Just go over briefly with the area that's going to actually be removed.
None. There's a gable end right here.
Okay.
And we're attaching and covering that gable end. There's no removal.
Zach, you have the opportunity to review the project?
Yeah, and there's always an interesting surprise. You're building the garage.
Yes.
You're lifting the entire house.
Temporarily.
Okay. That does not come through in the drawings. And I'm sure that this can be done successfully, but we've seen it done unsuccessfully.
Mm.
And I always ask myself, when you're building a garage, why do you need to lift a house? So, the project is not just about the aesthetics, which I think are superb and very satisfying, etc., in terms of the relationship of the new to the old and all the rest of it. But the actual project is to lift this entire historic house, to dig a new foundation for a new cellar because it's not deep enough or whatever.
It's actually
Put it
structurally
on a
failing.
new foundation, and to put the whole thing back down again.
Yes.
And so my only concern is, and Mr. Davis, the Davis folks are very experienced at this over many
Yes.
generations, we get it. However, they move all sorts of things, they lift all sorts of things. I'm seeing all sorts of very precious little one-story, vulnerable porch extensions, etc. And I'm wondering what special precautions are being brought to this particular project to make sure that when this really, really large, fragile, old historical house, which has never been moved, is lifted 5 feet in the air so that a whole new hole can be dug underneath it, and it's put back down again, is it going to go back in one piece?
Great question.
That was a long question.
No, it's a very important one. First of all,
But the devil's in the details, and building a garage does not necessitate a new cellar.
Clearly not. What does is, besides the fact that the lion's share of it is a crawl space,
Okay.
it's in horrible condition. And if you go through the house, you'll see that the floors are going like this, and some people may say that adds a little charm to it, but structurally, there's some issues. We have some failure on the second and third floor. So it really does need to be done. But you're absolutely correct that we need to be very careful when we lift this building. That's why we selected Guy Davis. He does a lot of projects. There's several very qualified people out there, but I've lifted many, many large structures, larger than this, with him. And to answer your question, other than I could show you at any time the ones we've done on Shelter Island, some of the towers, so he's done lighthouses. One of the things that we do when we lift the building up, it's up in the air, and they drop plumb bobs, believe it or not, down. So the new foundation fits exactly to the house. We will try to take out as much of the up and down as we possibly can, but we recognize when it's all done, it will not be perfectly straight. All of the stained glass will be removed ahead of time, because as you know, glass is a liquid, always stays as a liquid, but we can't afford to break any of it. So the glass gets removed and sent out and restored, of course. All the windows that are old will have the same thing. When we take off the interior finishes, which is the plaster, that gives the wood a little bit more room, because obviously over the last 100 years the house has settled. Other than to tell you that we've done it many times, houses just as important as this, just as big, with Guy Davis very successfully, we recognize how fragile the porches are. We recognize that.
Has there been any type of engineer report that will attest to the strength of the house sustaining the lift?
We have not done an engineer's report on this house to do that.
Okay.
I don't, doesn't mean one couldn't do it. I've never been asked that before, and we've lifted brick homes before. As I said, water towers, a 5-story structure on Shelter Island, lifted it,
Well,
moved it.
as
We're not moving, by the
our
way.
historic consultant has said, and it's happened many times before, we've had scenarios where it seemed like a seamless process that dumpsters end up on the property a week later. We're just trying to avoid that, of course.
Understood. The dumpsters will be for the interior finishes only, the stucco.
Anything further, Zach?
Nope.
What did we?
Is there any public comment on the application before we get to public comment? Please step forward. Your name for the record, please.
My name is Tom Edmonds. I'm the director of the Southampton Historical Museum, and I did see the house when it was on the market, and it's a very difficult piece. So Zach's concerns, I think, are valid, but I just want to express my appreciation to the owners here who are taking on a very difficult project. And so everything that the architect here said is true. The floors are warped, and it's a challenging piece, I think, for restoration, but I think these guys will do a good job.
Thank you. Any other comments? Christine, you were saying?
No, I was just going to say, have we ascertained what precautions could be taken to make sure that this thing is successful?
Certainly, we could provide you with a list of all the buildings that the building mover has moved, all the buildings that we've moved, similar scope, if not bigger. I understand the concerns, but we recognize that when you own a historic structure, you're responsible to keep it in good shape and improve it. I don't know, other than everybody's word to do the best that they could, I don't know what you could get, quite frankly, unless there's someone who's given you some type of written guarantee in the past.
Once it's gone, it's gone.
I recognize that. I would have to say you have to base it on our track record and the building mover's track record. And we're very careful in who we selected.
Anything further?
Yeah, of course.
Ryan?
No, I think it's a beautiful renovation, and I think the caliber of the project and the caliber of the team that's doing it will ensure that it's done correctly.
Esther?
I think that we're very lucky to have owners who have selected such a talented team, and it's very impressive, and I wish you very good luck.
Thank you very much.
I don't question your ability, nor do I question the ability of those that are lifting the project. This just amplifies some of the things within our code that we need to start looking at, what type of safeguards we can have going forward when we have homes that are historic and being lifted. Whether it's a monetary holding of a grant until it's complete, or what are some type of insurance that's taken out for the purposes. Because once the structure's gone, it's gone, and it's a historic relic, so we lose a treasure.
Clearly.
But it, again, opens up the dialogue for that, and that's the reason why we're being so thorough, and not only the procedure, but any assurances that they'll be taken care of professionally.
Understood.
Any further public comment? At this time, we'll have our council prepare a written decision at our next meeting, so we'll adjourn the application for written decision. Anything further?
Just thank you very much for your time.
Motion to adjourn for written decision.
I make a motion that we adjourn for written decision the application for 354 South Main Street for addition, exterior alterations, and the construction of a new poolhouse.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Abstain.
Do you want to get these back home?
Next application, please.
Next application, Mr. Chair, is Nurmur, 40 Meadow Lane, demolish all structures.
I need to recuse myself.
For the applicant, my name is John Bennett, and I represent both the homeowners, Grace McGrath and her siblings, and Near Meyer, who is the contract vendee. Now, this is an application to demolish all of the improvements, and I say that in quotes, improvements at 40 Meadow Lane. This is not decidedly not a house worthy of preservation. It simply has none of the criteria that would suggest you should even consider for a moment the preservation of this house. It's hardly visible from the street. It's not part of the fabric or sense of place of Meadow Lane. I was quite literally shocked when I looked at the state inventory form from 1979. It states that the house is in excellent condition. I can attest from personal knowledge that while abundantly incorrect now, this was not even correct in 1979. I was at the house many times when I worked as a carpenter for J&J Bennett Builders from 1973 through 1978. The house at that time was in a substantial state of disrepair. That's, let's see, that's, I was 17, that's 40 years ago. The firm was always told just to do the minimum to keep the rain out. This house has already, in effect, been demolished by neglect. Preservation is a worthy cause that I support, but one must pick one's battles, and this is not a worthy preservation battle. Nothing in this house, not the windows, not the doors, the chimneys, the exterior moldings, are salvageable. There are 4 engineers' reports to that effect, one which is a very extensive forensic report. The framing is not salvageable. There's no foundation. It was on locust posts. Every one of them, there's nothing left of it but powder. We have a very extensive report from Steve Bedford, who is, I want to say a little bit something about Steve Bedford. Bedford is an architectural historian. He's a great guy. He's a very, very, very honorable guy. I probably have asked him to consult on 6 or 7 buildings in the village of Southampton, and on 5 of the 7 that I've asked him to consult on, he said to me, I can't appear and recommend that this house be demolished. This one he had no reservations whatsoever. And I'm going to read a little bit from his report, but it's in the record, so I recommend that you read the entire one. The house was owned by the Betts family. The Betts family owned a lot of property. All you have to do is look at the 1916 Belcher Hyde Atlas, and you can see that Betts owned a lot of property. And then it was owned by the Cutting family, who were then the current owners or descendants. This was not a significant Betts house. It's clearly not Makamonto, which was the Betts house, which is on Agawam. That's a substantial house, and that was the main Betts house. This is Betts rented these houses. He had 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 investment houses in Southampton, and he rented them. So this is not a significant Betts house. It was held as an investment. It's also not a significant Cutting house. There are significant Cutting houses. Probably the one that is the most familiar with is the Cutting Arboretum, which has a magnificent, grounds by Frederick Law Olmsted. That's on the Gold Coast. That's where the significant Cutting homes are. This is not never a significant Cutting home. The 1979 report seeks to incorporate by references to the Betts family, but the only references are made to 2 other homes. One which was a windmill moved from Shinnecock Hills, and the other one is Makamoto. Excuse me if I have the pronunciation wrong. But so this happens to have been owned by Betts, happens to have been owned by Cutting. Both of those families owned substantial houses in Southampton in one case and on the North Fork, the North Shore of Long Island. But this is not in any way specifically or significantly related to those families in the way that you would be concerned about from a historic report. Let me read you just a few comments that are to the point from the Berger, from Steve. It's the Lewis Berger Group from Steve Bedford's report. In terms of association with an important family, it's tenuous as one of approximately 6 income-producing properties maintained by Betts. It's hard to assign a great measure of significance for its association to the Betts family. The same would be true for the association with the Cutting family. Other homes on Long Island are better associated with the Cutting family, including the one family home in Brookville. As an example of its style or type, it has an awkward appearance, perhaps the result of enclosing porches, which makes the second floor seem top-heavy. The addition of the small room on the southwestern corner of the building further detracts from the appearance of the building. It is not a good example of its type, style, or design. The major problem with the building is its lack of integrity. The odd design created by the enclosing porches, as well as the failing materials and structure, do not convey the appropriate materials, workmanship, design, and feeling that one would associate with a summer resort building. It's our opinion, because of a condition and over changes over time and the other above referenced criteria, that it does not warrant further preservation. If you have been in this house, if you have walked around this house, you will see that the only thing that you would possibly be able to do is replace every single element of the house. And then you don't have preservation. Then you just have a replica. And that's not what this board is about. Anyone can create a replica. There is a, let me read to you very quickly from Stephen Lemansky, Southampton Engineering's second report, his summary, which was a very extensive report. Very
Stephen Lemansky, who's on the planning board in the village?
That's right, yep.
Oh.
So he had two inspections, one which was very extensive, including digging with machinery underneath the house. The roofing and siding have passed the end of their useful life and would have to be replaced. The windows and doors are beyond repair and would have to be replaced. The porches and railings have deflected, rotted, and are falling apart and would have to be replaced.
Sorry, John, the other one's from John Condon, right?
We have one from John Condon, two from Steve Lemansky, and one from Steve Maresca. They all reached the same conclusion, that there's nothing salvageable.
Maresca and Condon aren't related to the village in any way, right?
No. The soffits and the trim have passed the end of their useful life and would have to be replaced. The foundation of rotted posts, cracks and rotted girders, and cracked and rotted floor joists would have to be replaced in their entirety. All floors have deflected so badly that they can't be straightened out and would have to be replaced in their entirety. By the way, speaking of Mr. Davis, the house mover, has, there's also in your packet is a letter to the effect that the house can't be moved without essentially removing the entire first floor. And even then, he's not sure. The roof rafters, floor joists are undersized, do not conform to code, and have to be replaced in their entirety. There was no insulation, there are no hurricane tie-downs. The house does not conform to any current structural code. The house has deteriorated beyond repair. There is simply nothing left to save in this house. It doesn't meet any of the criteria. The 1979 report, when I read it, I realized immediately it was flawed, because all it does is make references by association to other homes with the Betts and Cutting families, and it says in 1979 the house was in excellent condition. It clearly was not, I can tell you that. I think most people who have lived in the village for any amount of time would probably not argue with that. So we'd like to take the house down.
Thank you. Zach?
Wow. Really a long night.
I don't know, I think this one's an easy one.
Actually, John, just to add
Sure.
something to you, I fixed the roof after you guys fixed the roof, just as a point, in, I think it was 1982.
Were you up there with a hammer and nail like
Yeah,
I
I
was?
actually did.
Yourself, physically?
Couple times.
Or did you
Physically.
send somebody up there?
Physically, John.
Okay.
Zach?
When you were at law school.
Please.
Okay. Okay. I didn't have a chance to digest all these expert reports. These have just been presented at this evening's meeting. I did have a glimpse of the remarks that, I'm sorry, I'm blanking on his name.
Berger?
Yes. And I just want to kind of clear up something in relation to this and perhaps other projects. It's a fundamental misconception that the individual contributing components within the historic district of this village must meet the criteria of the National Register of Historic Places. That's an entirely separate issue. We are not looking at this one particular building from the standpoint of whether or not it meets any of the 4 criteria for listing on the National Register of Historic Places. It does not. What it does is it meets the criteria for being a contributing resource within a historic district. That is a fundamentally different bar. Okay. So we can forget about criteria A, B, C, and D. They are not relevant. This building was inventoried in 1979, likely by a college intern. Okay. Many of us have been college interns. We were either good at what we did or we were not so good at what we did. That was a survey that was done in 1979. It was not a proposal for a historic district. It was a survey of historic buildings throughout the village. 7 years later, that survey was used to formulate the boundary lines around a district. And by definition, every building that had been surveyed 7 years before that was within those lines was deemed a contributing structure. That's the significance of this building. Mistakes were made, properties were overlooked, 30 years has gone by, et cetera, et cetera. But that's what we're dealing with. So I just want to frame the argument, if you will, or the proposal, because this particular building does not need to meet any of the criteria for listing on the National Register. In fact, that's irrelevant. The question, I feel, before us is this a contributing building in the district? Yes or no? And if it is, then it's incumbent upon the board to look at this as a proposal to remove a contributing structure within the district. Okay? There's nothing to do with the National Register, as it turns out. So, it's entirely possible that the condition of this building has so deteriorated over these many years. After all, look where it sits. It sits on the beach. 1938 was a hurricane. There had been many hurricanes and other acts of God. So it's an absolute miracle that this Victorian structure is still standing. So, but inevitably, it was buffered by the winds and waves, and it's probably not in such great shape anymore. So there is certainly a condition issue to think about. That has to be analyzed. And these engineers have done that. But I would say that before any decision is made about enabling the removal of this structure, I think your board needs to be very comfortable with the idea that this particular building is absolutely and positively beyond salvage. And if that's, if that's your determination, then certainly there is such a serious condition issue afoot here that it would deem, it would merit rather its removal. But what's being requested is a certificate of, it doesn't say it here, what's being requested is a certificate of appropriateness for the demolition of a contributing structure in the historic district. That's the application. The application, as far as I can see, is not about building anything. It's just about the appropriateness of demolishing what's there. And it comes down to condition. So that's my...
How does that relate to the site, Zach?
The site?
Let's say this house was destroyed in a hurricane. The site itself, does that have any value as a contributing site in the village?
No, because property is not... you can't list, well, I guess the battlefields in Gettysburg are listed. You typically do not list land or property. At extreme instances, there is land. It's interesting in our guidelines, and this is not in the code, but our guidelines request a presentation of new construction because in conjunction with the demolition of properties within a historic district, because it's always of interest to know what's being proposed in relation to what's being lost. The code has, just as far as I'm aware, the code does not have that provision. That's
Would you
kind of
consider that a
guideline.
large weakness?
Well, I believe the code reads that it is the...
It is a weakness.
It is a
It's
benefit of the board but it doesn't say they necessarily have to have, but that in presenting the application before property that's located within the historic district, there's a contributing structure. The what will be built can be requested of the board, but it is not a requirement of the board to request it.
I'd like to speak very directly to that, because that's absolutely 100% incorrect. Because when I first started making applications before the board to demolish in the historic district, I brought in what was going to be built, and I was unequivocally told by this board, by council, and by the building inspector that that was not a requirement. It was no, wait a minute, let me finish.
Requirement.
No one could ask for it because it had absolutely no bearing on it. So that hasn't.
That's what I just said.
That's what we just said, John.
No,
said
but
there is
but
no
but,
consent.
but Curtis
the
just
board
said we
can-
could ask for it, and I would disagree with you. You can't ask for it because it has no bearing on whether or not the property,
I think the
the
chair
house is
is
to be
referring to
demolished.
the trustees and in terms of revising the
You can
law. Is
certainly
that
ask the
correct?
trustees to make
We
a
appreciate it.
modification to the code.
Thank
No,
you.
you're right.
Any public comment on the application?
Good evening, members of the board. Sally Spanberg. I'm a resident of this village. I don't have much to add. I appreciate the thoroughness of the engineering reports. I'm not an engineer, so unfortunately that decision lays with you. I have tremendous respect for Steve Bedford and was pleased to hear that he had contributed some evaluation. I just wanted to point out a few clarifications, however. It is a Betts house. The Betts family built 11 houses. 10 of them survive, and one of them is this property. The Betts family, all of their cottages that they built were original Southampton Village colony, summer colony houses. So that's important to our Southampton Village's architectural history and its summer colony evolution. It was built in the 1880s. It was then, after C. Willis Betts died, it was inherited by his brother's wife. She left it to her daughter. Her daughter sold it to Mrs. Alexander Harvey Tears in 1920. Her husband had died, and she came to Southampton, I think, to get away from other places where she had a lot of memories of her husband. And she rented it as of 1912. I believe this house was largely a rental property for the Betts family. So Mrs. Tears rented it from 1912 through her selling it, actually giving it to her daughter, Esther Tears Brown, in 1928. And then in 1929, it was purchased by the Cutting family, Fulton Cutting, the grandson of the Fulton Cutting, but by the same name. And actually, interestingly, the Cutting family rented it from 1926 through 1928 until they purchased it in 1929. So I'm really just here to contribute to the history of the property, and I think it's sad. I think it has survived countless hurricanes, and it has not survived gross neglect. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment? Please step forward.
Hello, my name's Susan Sherry Clark, and I'm also concerned about the house. I'm sure you all have copies of the brochure, which clearly defines the historic district, and as Zach pointed out, I have extra ones here if anybody else wants them. Looking at Southampton Village Code, there are the 5 criteria to designate individual properties and about possessing special character and historic aesthetic interest or value, historic personages, distinguishing characteristics of architectural style, designer, unique location. And part of it's being actually visible, a neighborhood feature. And I would say I remember this house for absolutely years because it is visible from Meadow Lane. And I think that's really important because for a historic district, it only needs to meet one or more of those criteria to be designated. And since it isn't a historic district, it actually, if you go to the code under 6510, there was a requirement of maintenance. And I find that interesting to hear how deteriorated and how it's gone downhill through the years. That 6510B said that no owner person with an interest in real property designated as a landmark or included within a historic district shall permit the property to fall into a state of disrepair so as to cause, in the judgment of the Board of Architectural Review and Historic Preservation, a detrimental effect upon the character of the landmark or the historic district. So, I mean, I really do feel that whoever had this property by code and just by, responsibility should be taking care of it. I guess I implore you, we've lost so many historic structures. Maybe they weren't visible from the road, and maybe they were a carriage house, an accessory structure. But this is a main dwelling, It's in a historic district, and it's a very visible landmark, and I really hope the board takes time, continues the public hearing, and just not to take the responsibility, just not of architectural review, but of historic preservation. I just implore you not to take that lightly. So it means a lot, I know, to the entire community that you do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional comments? Ham, comments?
No.
Esther?
It's a very difficult problem. I really would like an opportunity to think about it. There's been a lot of information that's been given. I appreciate everything that the engineers have said and the public comment, and I feel that I would like to just have an opportunity to digest everything. I did not see this large packet until this evening. I obviously have not had a chance to review it. So that would be my feeling.
Christine?
Yes, I agree. I would certainly like to be able to take the time to look through this and read the report. I'm grateful for the information that we've been given, but I definitely need to think about this more clearly.
Seems to be the consensus of the board to take a little time. This is for showing of the application and the opportunity really to not only dissect a little more of the three engineers' reports.
I don't think you'd be doing your job if you didn't adjourn it and have fully digested. So
Appreciate it. Yes.
Even though your board has very little real interest in the interiors of buildings, I think one of the issues here, which goes to the assessing the structural condition of the building, is its interior condition, because there are telltale signs associated with its falling apart, etc., inside. And I have not been a resident of the village for 30 or 40 years, and so I don't have fond memories of going in that place and remembering it back when. Would it be possible for me to inspect the house?
We'll get that done.
Okay.
I think it'll actually.
I'd be very interested to take a look.
Don't go on
it'll
the-
force.
All right. I'm just distinguishing interiors are not usually
There are a
what we
lot
talk
of,
about.
if
but
I may, there are a lot of photographs of the interior because the interior is very, it shows a lot of evidence of the neglect in the interior, but
Okay.
we'll get you in there, absolutely.
that would be good. Thank you.
Anything further from the public? Please step forward.
One thing I have, Curtis, if I may, I'd like to send a letter on behalf of at least the board to the village trustees requesting that they ask Zach to look into, as well as our council look into the possibility of amending the law so that we can incorporate future applications or proposed applications with the assumption of a loss of a building through fire, hurricane, etc. Or and also clarify the meaning of demolition by neglect.
Very good.
Just,
Your name for the record, please.
Carl Nigro.
Okay.
I represent the sellers of the house. I was a construction manager before I went into real estate, and I worked on the 160 ox pasture, the Atterbury structure.
Okay.
And when we salvaged, the renovation on that house was extensive, and they salvaged what they could. And from my professional opinion as a construction manager, besides the real estate aspect, is if anyone knows what potential energy is, when you have boards that have warped over 100 years, you have no heating, no air conditioning on this structure, and the boards are basically bent like this. If you attempt to move this house, the only thing that's holding it up are the walls and the chimney, and they're already deflecting by over 6 inches. It's actually, if I would go, bring a helmet.
That's what I do.
Okay.
He's insured.
Thank you.
Anything further? Please step forward.
Just to read the ad that's available online from the real estate, it says, own a piece of history. Owilamore was built in the 1880s as a summer retreat for the F.H. Best family. It was purchased by the Fulton Cutton family in the 1930s and has been in the same family since. This magnificent 3-story summer cottage has 10 bedrooms, 8.5 baths, 4 fireplaces with original mantels, formal dining room, large kitchen, and many porches, including a sleeping porch. The home still has most of its original features.
Are you reading
Don't
the real
miss this
estate,
opportunity to own a truly unique piece of Hampton of old.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
I just wanted to say that was.
Thank you.
With all deference to my friends in the real estate.
That's
I'll say no more.
that would be advertisement,
Yes.
and it's always
By
creative.
the same real estate people.
Anything further? Okay. We obviously have a lot to digest, so we'll take a little time to do so. Motion to adjourn.
Are they requesting it?
Is the applicant requesting a motion to adjourn?
Motion to approve applicant's I just asked if you.
No, I was just saying that I agreed. If you want to take some more time, I didn't request it.
Would you like us to adjourn the application?
Do you want to adjourn the application?
Yes, we do.
John,
You
stop.
don't need my permission.
Yes, you do.
Yes, we
Yes,
do.
you do.
Yes, we do.
Well, you have my permission.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I make a motion.
Before
that
we do the
approve
motion, though,
applicant's request to
um,
adjourn.
Before we do the motion, can I ask the building inspector on behalf of this board to give a report of its condition?
The building inspector's been there. I spoke to
I'd
the
like to
building
see a
inspector.
written report from the village building
The building
inspector.
inspector was there. I spoke to the building
Can you make
inspector.
that available? Can you put
No,
that
no, no.
request in?
Building inspector has been there. I spoke to the building inspector.
I don't think
and
it's out
said,
of,
would you issue a certificate of occupancy for this building? And he said, yes, I would, but I'd have to put non-habitable on it.
Okay.
So if you want the building inspector to go look at the property.
I'd like to ask council if he can issue a letter to the building department requesting that they give a
Well,
status of
the
the...
board can't.
We can just do a
You don't
request.
have- The board doesn't have jurisdiction really to do that.
Okay.
Motion?
I make a motion that we approve the applicant's request to adjourn 40 Meadow Lane near Mare to our next meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Next application, please.
Next application is David and Susan Hermer, 51 Pond Lane, for demolition of their house, too.
It's terrible.
Zach, how long is it going to take you to take a look at this house, just for, argument's sake, a couple of weeks at least?
Well, depends on availability and before the next meeting.
John told me he'd be in Jim's
Is this the Pond Lane?
This is the power over everything.
I know.
That's what we do.
Be right back. Okay, so this two have been stamped and the rest with you guys. This is new information.
The mini plans that we have are a replication of what's in their file, correct? Any additions, any alterations from what we originally have? Say yes or no. No.
Good evening, Eric Bregman, Farrell Fritz, for the applicant. This is an application to demolish an existing house and also for approval of a replacement, or at least to get feedback on the replacement from you. This is a house that has no architectural interest in and of itself at all, according to Zach, and according to everybody who's looked at it. The historic interest of this property is the place, not the house. It is, as I know you've heard, the place where apparently Pyrrhus or Pyrrhus Concer lived. He is a person of interest in the history of the village. You've seen the plaque. He ran a ferry in Lake Agawam, and there's a plaque there commemorating that. And it appears that he lived in this place. But it also appears fairly clearly that he didn't live in this house. This house was built somewhere between 1900 and 1920, according to Zach. It has never been, and that was after, Mr. Concer died in 1897. Thank you. I wasn't sure if it was 6 or 7. And it makes sense because of 3 things. The style and the type of construction was not being built prior to the turn of the century. And the property was sold to a fellow named Elihu Root, who was a politician, in 1899. And it makes sense that he built the house, or at least a good part of the house. But it wasn't there when Mr. Concer was alive. So it's the place that is of historic interest, and it's of interest and concern to the applicants, and they would like very much to acknowledge the historical significance of the place, either with a plaque, with basically saying, since there is a plaque next to the pond about Mr. Concer's ferry, etc., they could say this is where he lived, or whatever language the board would like to work out. Or anything else that you think in addition to a plaque or other than a plaque, that would acknowledge the historical significance of the place. But it's not the house. There is nothing remarkable at the house. It's not a contributing, and nobody's ever considered it to be a contributing house. It's very uninteresting architecturally. There's nothing special about it. It's not designed or known to be designed by anybody of note. It is, for example, there's another house, and I gave you the copies of this, which I know you're familiar with, but I just gave you copies. This is the Southampton Village Multiple Resource Area, the 1985 inventory. Does not mention this house at all, by the way, in any way, nor does the 1979 survey mention this house at all. But it does mention, for instance, the Captain Mercator Cooper house, and there it talks about not the the buildings I'm reading about. It's on chapter 8, page 6. The buildings are distinguished early 19th century residences which display all the distinctive characteristics of the Greek Revival style and retain elegant classical details. That's not this house. There's nothing, as I said, architectural about this house. Jose from SBS Services is here to talk about the new house and to explain that to you. The basic issue is with that is that it's a site that is visible from the pond or the pond park. It's across the street, and that's of concern, of interest to the applicants, and they have done everything they can to eliminate any visual impacts. Those are basically 3 things. First, the existing house, the first floor elevation is at 22 feet. The replacement would be down at 20.4 feet, so you're starting lower. I see a question about to happen.
Yeah, I have a question going back to the land, Zach. There's very few historic houses, other than being on dunes as an example, that are on raised property. Mercator Kendrick's or whatever, the whaling captain's house next to the library was one of them. It's up on a ridge, if you will. Pond Lane is the only street that I know of in the village where the properties. There's a house just to the, I guess, north of this house, this application. It's actually a raised grade. Culver Hill, there was a few houses in there which were raised grades. It was an unusual placement of a structure in the village. I believe that was probably because we were in a flood zone, and even back in those days, meaning that it was pretty much a swamp in those areas. So there aren't a lot of examples of houses. Obviously, they were built to the east of it because you'd be in the lake, or on the other side of Lake Agawam, for that example, or for an example. So you're telling me, or you did, that there's no concern as far as our historic district has as to its physical location?
Can I put it, I know that was a question.
No, it's a question for our historic consultant. This is overlooking a park. It's a raised
Did I say that?
platform. No.
Okay.
As far as property itself.
Yeah.
You said, in other words, if this house had, again, this example, if this house was destroyed by a hurricane, if it was destroyed by fire, if it were any number of ways that it disappeared, would that property overlooking our park in the village be of any significance as to what, not was placed there, but as to how it should be treated now?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, can you get into that a little bit more with me, please?
Well, I think it's not just this property, but in our
In other words,
code-
because of its elevation.
Well, that puts a special challenge on what is there and what might be there, or what alterations are made, because
Because
it's a
Eric was
prominent
just saying
site.
that they want to lower this. Is that correct?
Well, let me make that clear, and if I wasn't, let me do so. The idea here, the concern is that it is raised and it is visible. So you want to make sure that, and the top of the new house, the top of the roof, will be taller than the existing house. So the concern is you don't want to replace what's there, as uninteresting architecturally as it is, with something that is somehow imposing on the view. And it's that concern is that they're starting the house lower, and they're going substantially less high than they can under zoning. They're going to 30 feet, 35 feet.
The ridge lines, Eric, are aligned right now with the house that's directly to the north of it, is it not?
No, it's to the north. I'm not. I mean, in
It's
terms
a
of
two and a half story house just to the
Yes.
north.
Yes, and
And
there's
they're
also-
aligned, aren't they? Aren't they level with each other?
I'm not sure. I think so, but it's
They are.
also the house immediately to the
They are.
south.
The fact that they're level, what you're proposing is to basically cut this hill or this grade down and put a house that's now going to be 3.5 stories. So,
No. They're
well, it would be.
not cutting down the hill. If you look at the elevations of what's there, this house, the
Right.
existing house,
Mhm.
is raised on a concrete.
My point exactly.
Right. So it's not cutting down the hill. It's just having a less high foundation, sticking out of the ground less. And the house to the south is at the same height as is proposed here. I mean, the roof is, and it's much more imposing.
Can we just go back to, Zach, to your, what we're talking about essentially is a berm, or similar to a berm, correct?
Well, it's a natural hill, just rises up from the edge of the lake. And I don't think this was artificially created. I think this is consistent all along the westerly edge of the lake. And all I was saying is that any new construction, if it's sympathetic to and consistent with the character of the existing neighborhood, within the historic district, which is an issue which you consider within the code, it must be similarly unobtrusive or not towering or not overbearing. And because this has a unique terrain, which is not found typically, I think that imposes a greater challenge upon the solution on this, which I'm hearing the proposal is that they are giving that consideration.
They're addressing it.
Whether it's your judgment that that's been done successfully or not.
Both the
that's a
alignment of
separate
the
issue, but-
ridges as well as the grade.
Yeah. Now, it's interesting to note, this is a full two-story house.
Mhm.
But it's about the lowest pitched, flattest, not tall, two-story house that you could possibly hope for.
Like a 112.
Relevant to your issue of there being a two-story house up on the top of that hill,
The
because.
mass is still of the,
And the roof is very flat.
Yes.
The second story is not too high. So it is technically, it's a full two-story house, but this is a very different two-story house from many other two-story houses. It's modest.
But the topography is not something that's being looked upon in the historic district at all. The
Well,
assumption
it
is
as
that
much
it
as
existed.
It imposes upon the character of what's built.
Okay.
And we agree with that. I mean, we're saying two
Okay.
things. The house itself, the existing house itself, doesn't have any historic interest. And what we proposed, we're trying to be sensitive in two ways, and that is to keep it from looming as Zach suggests, to keep it similar to what the top heights are, including the house to the south, which is the same height and has more of it. And Jose will talk about this more. And most importantly of all, the proposed new house would be moved back more than twice as far from the road and from the front property line. They're now at the closest point, it's 28 feet from the property line. The closest point of the existing house is 53 feet from the line, and where the closest point now is the 28 feet, and Jose will go over this with the front, it's 70 feet back. So it's much, you're talking about between 25 and 42 feet further back than the existing house. Again, moving it back so it's less imposing. And that's why we're here. That's the proposal, but also to get feedback if you have any other thoughts about that.
Right.
Okay. Anything further?
No, any questions?
Jose, you had more?
Yes.
Thank you, Eric.
Jose from Southampton Engineering for the owner. As that been mentioned, what we try to achieve is, if you look at this particular survey over here, we have the first floor elevation of the existing house at 22. There's a long flight of concrete stairs going up to the house. So it's really above ground at 22. We're trying, but the grade, the existing grade is 18. So we're trying to minimize the impact from the view from the pond and the park by lowering the finished floor, not changing the grade, and also compromising on the roof lines to minimize the height. We're going to 30 feet, 30.5 feet instead of 35 that we're allowed to, and also playing with the roof lines to just keep it low. We're pushing it back. This is the existing, what David was mentioning, from here to the property line. The existing is at 28.1 feet. The proposed, the closest corner is going to be at 58, and this other corner is going to be at 70 feet. So we're pushing it back. I think the impact on the view from the pond is going to be much less than it's thought. Also, the shape of the roof, all the roof slopes back. And it's a fairly shallow pitch, not as shallow as the existing, but it's a fairly shallow pitch. And those are some of the things that we have tried to utilize to come up with an alternative that will satisfy your criteria.
Thank you. Anything further?
I just wanted to point out to you that the Captain Mercator House, one of the, it was noted that that's on a hill overlooking the business district, so there are other places in town.
That's what, right.
Anything further? I'm sure there's some public comment, so do we have any public comment on the application? Please step forward.
Hi again, Sally Spanberg. The submission of a demolition application for this property, while alarming, has brought with it an extraordinary opportunity to save, explore, and celebrate what may be the only surviving physical remnant, besides some headstones and a plaque, of a significant African-American slave family in this village. 51 Pond Lane was Pierce Conser's home, and before that, his father-in-law, Gad Williams' homestead. In case you haven't already read it, here is 12 pages of history about Pierce, his family, and the property. Here are historic map details. And here is an informative photo of the building in 1946. The significance of this property is simple and powerful. It is associated with Pierce Conser. Pierce was born into Nathan Cooper's family as slave. At 5, he was sold to Charles Pelletreau. At 18, he began going on whaling voyages, probably as a condition to being freed. At 21, he was freed and went on more voyages. In 1844, he went on the very well-documented whaling voyage on the Manhattan with Captain Mercader Cooper, his first owner's son, along with his father-in-law and a Shinnecock Indian. This voyage is famous because of Captain Mercader Cooper's rescuing and returning of several shipwrecked Japanese. It is also famous because the Japanese were so taken with the color of Pierce's gad and the Indians' skin color. And it is famous because it is said to be the first time African Americans had ever been admitted to Japan. In 1847, Pierce got married to one of Gad's daughters. In 1848, a first son was born. In 1849, he tried the gold rush in California. In 1850, he settled down here, on land belonging to his in-laws, which he would later inherit and expand. He gave sailboat rides on Lake Agawam for 10 cents a ride for 40 years. He outlived his wife, his 2 sons, his brother-in-law, his mother and father-in-law, and all of his Manhattan crewmates. His was an often hard but interesting life, and I didn't even mention his commitment to his faith. Opposition will try to convince you that the building was built after Pierce's death. This is extremely unlikely. For the families that owned the building after Pierce's death, Elihu Root and Mrs. James Breeze, with significant architectural estates nearby, would have surely replaced it with something more in keeping with their tastes and the time. They wouldn't have maintained such a modest structure, which was even more modest than we know it now, unless they knew of Pierce's local prominence. You can't just look at the first floor framing because the building was lifted at some point and put on a concrete block foundation. You can't just look at the roof framing because that was altered in the 70s. The proper evaluation of this building will have to be much more careful and forensic. This is not your average property on any level and should not be treated as such. Opposition will also try to convince you that the building is in poor condition. I'm not an engineer, but did practice as an architectural associate for 15 years, and from a pedestrian's perspective, it doesn't appear that way. I also know that for every engineer that says a building is too far gone to be saved, there's another one that will tell you it is possible. Opposition will also tell you the building lacks integrity. Architecturally, perhaps, it was a slave family's house. The building has changed also. But we don't know what it looked like originally, so how are we to judge? And frankly, its association with local slave families far outweighs any need for it to be architecturally significant. Think of the Thomas Halsey Jr. house. It was changed quite a bit when it was restored back to its original self. The same should happen here. And imagine what we and the community would learn from that process. This building should become a museum. A historic structure report by an independent consultant should be commissioned so that we can learn more about this building and how this slave family lived here. If you allow this to happen, more research can take place, picking up on where I've left off in those 12 pages, allowing us to learn so much more about a component of this village's history that has only been sporadically documented.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Any other comments?
To the board, my name is Lucius Ware. I'm president of the Eastern Long Island NAACP. This particular historical a huge bit of knowledge has been important to me in my lifetime. For those of you who do not know, the Black Diamond in the Queen's Tiara was written by my father-in-law, I happen to have been living with my father-in-law, with my family, during the time that it was written. That history was painstaking, considering the fact that there was no such thing as computers in those days, and the work was done with a broken-down typewriter. And in the course of studying the history, my father-in-law found out that this man was important not only in local history, but certainly of great importance in Japanese history. Now, to point that out, during the research, he became quite acquainted with a Japanese cultural society in the city of New York. There it became a visiting relationship. Sometimes he would go in, and sometimes their officials would come out to Southampton. So much so that it was found out that this man is very, very important in Japanese history. Now, you see the monument in the park. I want everybody to know that was a hurried bit of coming up with something here in the village to keep from being shamed, because members of a cultural society from Japan came to visit and were coming to visit. It was done very, very hurriedly. Okay? Now, here is a man born a slave. We talked about some of the experiences in the whaling industry, and it's so very, very important in our history, period. Many of us know, sitting in this audience, that it was impossible at the beginning of the Civil War for black men to be a part of the fighting team. That was, insofar as the Army was concerned. That was not true so far as the Navy was concerned, because they needed experienced sailors, and some of those sailors that they got came from our local whaling industry, okay? So that was very, very significant. And on the story goes. Now, this man, born a slave, was able to do something, had a business here for 40 years, as was explained by Ms. Spanberg. And not only that, he was benevolent. He was able to establish certain pieces of history that still exist. Many of you may not know that he established an educational fund in the First Church, there on the corner of Main Street, right down the street, that still exists today for the benefit for religious education for the young people, okay? And on the story goes. Now, let's take a look at the title of this board. It includes historical reference there. Now, we're looking at something that demolishes history. Demolishes history. We should be sitting here tonight talking about how we're going to maintain that. And as Ms. Spanberg said, yes, indeed, that should be a museum. And that is what this village should be concerned with, and all of the people who have any appreciation for history of this historical community that it is. And we sit here, members of our growing minority communities, and see something that happens and we can just sweep it away. Or we can build it up and have something that we're really proud of and can be proud of. We can wipe it away
Lucius,
right here
I don't
tonight.
think we're going to wipe it away. We're here to keep a sharp eye on this. Who's going to buy it? Who's going to pay for this?
Yes.
That's part of this question.
That certainly is a concern.
It's not a
But
concern of this board, by the way.
But it's not a technical concern of this
Let's just make sure that we understand it is not a concern of this board.
Lucius, we're looking at the application.
Okay, I understand that you're looking
with
at
all
the
fairness.
application. I understand that very fully. Okay, but at the same time, you can look at it with an eye in that direction as well.
Absolutely.
Okay. So at this time, I again implore you to take a great look in that direction, because here is an opportunity that should not be passed. You know that we have other places of history right down the street that certainly don't look like anything to the eye, but to the historical eye and to those people who have an historic interest. And for those people who live here and have come here and worked here can understand that people can have high achievement and not have it wiped away because we're looking at the architectural side only. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Please step forward.
Hi, my name is Georgette Greer-Key. I have my thoughts written down. I turned one into the board earlier. And I am the Director and Chief Curator of Eastville Community Historical Society in Sag Harbor. I am also the President of the Associations of Suffolk County Historical Societies. And I'm here today in reference to the Piercer Concert House. And I have written down some notes because I don't want to get passionate and upset about this, so I'll try to stick to my notes. Although the house wasn't included in the old surveys during the late 70s and the 80s, doesn't negate the fact that this building is significant to the established historic district. Depending upon who was actually doing the surveys, if they weren't culturally astute or sensitive to African American history, how would they know the significance of this building and or Piercer Concert? I'm opposed to demolishing this house. Essentially, it would be demolishing an important part of American history. The importance of this house will be a window into history of African Americans that is not readily available for African Americans and the general public. Historically, African American history has been overlooked. This is a teaching moment from which we can stand to gain new knowledge. African American history about slaves and freed people on Long Island has not been accessible. This is a real opportunity for the East End to develop and share the contributions of African Americans here. There isn't enough diversity in historical work, and this incident is evident that we need more inclusion. I'm saddened that we have arrived at this point today, and I'm trying to be sympathetic to both sides of this situation. But this has happened because of lack of knowledge. It is our responsibility to ensure history, and in particular the history of a slave that was born here in Southampton, which was later freed and accomplished the unthinkable in his lifetime. Piercer Concert's story of determination and his spirit will only live on if you and I make a commitment to tell his story and ensure that his home is a monumental testament for future generations. Saving this house is keeping his spirit alive. His story is especially important to the Eastville Community Historical Society as a contributing black whaler that set sail from the shore of Sag Harbor, a freed slave, a successful entrepreneur, a contributing member of society, and an international symbol of strength. So that's basically my notes, and I am opposed, and I hope that you will consider and do what is required according to the code. I have today with me some of my board members. I have Jackie Vaughn, the board president here. I have, where's Jackie? She probably stepped out. Kathy Tucker, who is our founding historian. Raise your hand. I have her here. And we are here unified today to tell you the importance of this man in this house, and we ask you not to grant this application.
Thank you.
Question, since I think you, with regards to probably the history of not only this house, but the gentleman, do you have any reference that he actually had the residence?
You know what? As the previous application, I think it would be wise. I only found out about this in the 11th hour, which was so. I would think that if it's all possible to have this adjourned so that we will be able to review the documents, I would have no problem with trying to present that research for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Georgia.
Any additional? Please step forward. I'm sorry, that gentleman did raise his hand earlier. Do apologize.
Good evening. My name is Josh Belluri. I'm a resident here of Southampton Village, owner resident. I'm also a unit leader of the first and only Sea Scout group, Boy Scouts of America program for youth 14 through the age of 21. On July 4th, 1827, New York emancipated all its slaves, but then we find that purists wasn't actually freed until 1836. As we know, purists set sail in 1844. In 2011, our program was created for all youth with a focus on at-risk youth. We have 29 youth in our program. 6 of those are from California, Minnesota, Texas, etc. But we have 23 local youth. They're young men and young women. 9 of our young adults are ages 21 to 23 years of age. I said, intended over 50% of our youth are at risk, and at risk is a pretty generic term. It encompasses maybe poverty or color, skin color, that kind of thing. So much to the point, actually, that our scouts were told by a public official, town public official, keep your scouts on your side of the fence. They have no reason to be in this public park. As stated by a town official, of course, that didn't go very far with me, and that's now stopped. I don't know what this structure can do for the African Americans or the different races of our color, in our group, but we're looking at a lot of barriers still to this day of both racism and poverty in our local community. But as clearly stated by Pierce Counter, was and continues to be a role model for all of us to break down these barriers. I don't know what should happen to the building. It's not it's interesting, but I would like to see something happen at that property. Thank you.
Thank you.
Step forward.
My name is Susan Sherry Clark, and I also agree with Sally. I think that there should be more than even one independent historic evaluations. There are a number of people in the community besides Zach, with expertise that we could get a number of people to go with, because there seems to be a lot of questions about it. So in case I forget to say it at the end, I'll say it now. I really think this public hearing should continue on and not be closed, because there are a lot of unanswered questions. I'm really concerned about the domino effect of losing an historic house like this. And this is another one. As soon as I saw 51 Pond Lane, I was like, please don't let it be that house. And I'm like, when I saw it, I was just, because that's the one that you remember. It's just a little bit different. It's low. It's above the park. It's one of those visible neighborhood features, which is part of a historic district, and that one's very visible to all the kids playing in the park. I saw so many arriving when I stopped the other day. Because what happens is once you lose one, then there's the domino effect. There's the next one, and then the next one, because the person says, well, you let Johnny so-and-so do it, so if you let him do it, I want to do it too. So I think it's really important. And to have, it's nice with the anchor and the marker, but also just to have a marker there for the house. It would be like having the Halsey house with a marker and no house. They have both, which is good, but one's really not good with the other, because there's just so much there that you couldn't really get from just the marker. I did do not as much research as Sally, but there's a lot of information. It's from the Centennial books, 1994. There are at least 2 to 3 pages on Pierce in the memorial. And the one had it from his epitaph from the North End Cemetery, quote, though born a slave, he possessed virtues without which kings are but slaves. Obituary, August 28, 1897, one of the most respected residents of the village. That was written many years ago, of course. Also from the same obituary, he was one of the links that bind Southampton to the past. That was in 1897. So as I say that, and also the book, I didn't realize the connection there is a black diamond in the Queen's tiara. Arthur said, quote, "It is well known that they lived," this is Pyrrhus's family, the Consors, "it is well known that they lived in a comfortable cottage situated on the shore of Lake Agawam." And it's also noted on the marker. If you go down to the marker with the anchor, it says the house is across the street. I can't verify that, but I trust if that was done in 1994, that there was another town historian at the time, that they would have documented that, or they wouldn't have put it on that. So I guess, with all these kinds of things, and also in this book it says, the last thing is that the name of Pyrrhus Consor is an ineradicable part of the permanent historic record, that his name is indisputable. So I really think that, sorry for my flub up on that, but that it's indisputable, and I think so many historians have documented that all that really needs to be taken into consideration. So I ask you to really take your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Step forward.
Good evening. My name is Nick Palumbo. I represent a group of local citizens on 380 Hill Street who have been working diligently.
We must add that he was a member of
former
this board.
member. So in my spare time today, not being on the board, I conceived the idea of launching a ferry service on Lake Agawam next summer as a commemorative activity to honor the gentleman that's been spoken about a great deal tonight. And the reason that we're attempting to do this next summer hasn't been mentioned yet. So Pyrrhus Consor was born in 1814. So next year will be his 200th birthday. And so our intention is to put a boat on Lake Agawam and to replicate the service that he provided all those years ago, back in 1850.
Just for the record, didn't I give you a donation?
You did,
for
in
that?
fact. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So you can imagine it was with some dismay when I read that there was an application to demolish what we all understand to be his house.
Right.
Whether or not it's the original structure, I think, as was stated earlier, is somewhat immaterial. I think there's the association there. And I just wanted to point out the obvious irony if we're going to be holding this commemorative activity to honor this man on his 200th birthday, and within eyeshot of what we're doing, his house is going to be demolished. So I hope the board will take that into account, and I hope whatever happens there is done with some sensitivity to that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please step forward.
My name is Tom Edmonds. I'm the director of the Southampton Historical Museum. And first of all, I want to take exception to the fact that it's an uninteresting house. I find it very visually interesting because it's not a cookie-cutter house like a lot of the mansions that are going up around here. So I find it interesting as an example of vernacular architecture, handmade, something that was locally and organically grown. So that was one point I would like to make. The second point is it's very difficult to find documentation for African American history here in Southampton. I've been looking. There is a documentation. There's an item in the 1650 town records about a black man owning 3 acres of land. Now, this is not a slave. This is a free black man. Also in Southampton, back in colonial times, one out of every 10 person in the village here were black. They were either slaves, mostly slaves, and possibly a few free people. That percentage of the population, 10%, is now down to 5%. Working class people, African Americans and white like myself, have had to move away from Southampton because we can't afford to live in the village. That's the second point I want to make. Another point I think is very important about Pyrrhus Consor is that he was a celebrated man in the 19th century. During Southampton's 250th anniversary in 1890, which was basically the white people here celebrating their English heritage, Pyrrhus Consor had a place of honor in the parade of the 250th celebration here. All of the living whaling captains got together and they got inside of a big boat, and this is a photograph in our museum. There are 12 captains, white whaling captains, rowing. Only one man is standing, and that's Pyrrhus Consor. He is standing, he was honored, and he was beloved by this community in the 19th century. His history's been lost. The previous gentleman brought up the year 2014 next year. In 2015, we will be celebrating our 375th anniversary. Up in the past couple of months, I have been planning a symposium and architectural walking tours, and Pyrus Concer's house was going to be a very strong element in the interpretation during the celebration in 2015. So again, it'd be very embarrassing to have Pyrus Concer's house, if it really is, and I know there is some dispute about that, if it is torn down. So I propose that we adjourn this this motion and give us more time to study. Thank you.
Please step forward.
Good evening, Brenda Simmons. I'm coming here representing the chair of the African American Museum, which is located at 245 North Sea Road, which you all know. And I'm proud to say that because this building was significant and culturally historical in our community, it's the first African American site to be historically landmarked, which was approved by this board on December 14, 2010. Our mission statement. Our mission is to promote an understanding and appreciation of African American culture by creating programs that would help our youth succeed in school and life, enhance learning in families, and encourage lifelong learning, which will transform the life of our community while sustaining our cultural heritage, building 21st century skills, and increasing community participation for a more sustainable future. I'm not going to repeat. I was going to say some of the things that's already been said. I'm not going to say that. We have a room full, and I know everybody's ready to do their thing. So what I want to say is I was actually there and part of the organizing in 1994 of the centennial celebration, and we were privileged to assure that he was recognized and properly honored, and I think that was great. And last but not least, I want to conclude that we intend to have a Long Island and East End African American tour, which would include his house. And things I just want to throw out which would be included would be the John Coltrane House, which is in Dix Hills. There's a Sagaponack House that was discovered that was owned by a black farmer in Sagaponack. There's a Rosa Parks Memorial Bench in East Hampton, and there's a host of cultural heritage in Sag Harbor and Montauk. And last, what I'm going to read is, I found this article in New York Times. It's dated July 3rd, 2005. It says, Preserving Black Landmarks in Setauket. It says, Robert E. Lewis says he will never forget the day a demolition crew came to take down the R.W. Hawkins house in Setauket. I can tell you the exact date. It was May 7, 2004, he said. It gives me palpitations just to think about it. Mr. Lewis, the small wood frame house on Christian Avenue, named for the wealthy landowner who built it, was valuable, but because it was 145 years old, not because it was 145 years old or because anyone famous was connected to it. What made this house special were the generations of ordinary and original African Americans who lived there, many from families who helped settle the area in the 1700s and intermarried with members of the Indian tribe, including Mr. Lewis's forebears. All the ancestral ties gives this area a real sense of place, and that's what lost when the house was demolished, said Mr. Lewis. Within days of demolition, he set out to have about a mile of Christian Avenue designated as an historical district to protect the 30 buildings. I'm exhausted today. Let me slow down. 30 buildings that remained and preserved that often overlooked history of African Americans and African American Indians on Long Island. Last paragraph. Many of the same families have been here for more than 200 years, but a lot of the African American families are moving out because they can't afford it and can't afford taxes anymore, Lewis said. That's why we have to acknowledge this community. If we can preserve different cultures, that we can all enrich each other. Please do not tear it down. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda.
Any more public comment?
Just
wanted to quickly add, before you asked Georgette about connection with Purist to this property, I have the deeds that mention buildings with his name on it, so the ownership and the presence of buildings is established, as well as in census records.
You have a copy of that for our
It's
file?
mentioned in the 12 pages I gave you, but I can cite references for you.
Thank you. Anything further? Zach, any comments?
No.
Any rebuttals before we have board comments?
Just briefly, I don't, like John, I don't object to adjourning this if you want to.
You have to speak up.
If you want to have some more time to gather information yourself or to get information from others regarding the house, I think that's appropriate. But I wish I was as much loved in the community as Purist Conser was. Lawyers aren't very much beloved in the community. But, I mean, he was terrific. Right? He was. And he's an important guy. We all agree with that. And the applicant here agrees with that. The question is, I mean, this house is not going to be a museum, although if the village wants to make an offer or somebody else to buy it and make it a museum, that's a different kettle of fish. It's not going to be a museum. It's going to be a private house one way or the other. And the question is whether, and it's not a contributing structure, so it doesn't have to be maintained. It's not a question of whether, like the prior application, of whether you should not allow demolition because it could be restored. Not being a contributing a structure, it doesn't have that burden. It is not in great shape. Your own consultant has said that it was built after 1900. So that's really the question. Is it fair to impose on this owner keeping a house as a monument to a terrific guy and a very important guy when he never lived there in this house? That's the issue. This house is, perhaps symbolically, is related to him, but it's the place, not the house. And the applicant is perfectly willing to do whatever is appropriate to recognize the place and to recognize.
Well, understanding the place, as the applicant or you or any person that's a part of this project done any research to present before the board that he actually had not inhabited the
You know, well, that's proving a negative. What is the proof of that is that the style of the house, the construction techniques, all indicate that it was done, that this was built at the turn of the century.
But you don't have any. You're basing this on just style and construction techniques.
Well, there isn't any. I mean, certainly look further, but as far as I know, there are no building permits. There, one way or the other, to show when this particular house was built. So you have to look at, what was there and how it was built, and the style. I mean, people didn't build houses in this style. It's not before 1900, and that's what Zach says, and I know no information otherwise. We can get other historians to say that.
I think there's a lot of I'm happy that you're, and I believe this board is happy that you're willing to allow further investigation of the application to see if we can find any evidence of such. And yet, to your own mission, you said that adjourning the application for further development would be something acceptable. I think there's a lot of question, and I'm only speaking for myself, and I'll also challenge the board to see if they have any comments. But there's a lot of question to the one way or another to the alternative, and we would like to at least have the time to, if we're going to make any recommendation, we would like to know the facts and not any speculation. So we really need some time to invest and
I agree with
into the.
As far as I can see, there's only speculation that it was built earlier. And the real question, and I think we should get as much facts as we can, and there are lots of people who are interested, there are lots of people who will be out there looking around and putting in information, all of which is terrific.
Well, you do admit if he had resided in the property, then it does merit it for special consideration for designation, correct?
I think it's a different question that has different issues to be addressed. But I think those questions just don't arise if it's not his house. Right. I mean, that's really the end of the inquiry, since there is no indication of any other basis for preserving this as a historical structure. The only basis could be the relationship with Mr. Conser.
Which in itself gives it validity for designation.
It doesn't if it's not his house.
Well, that's
what I mean.
Okay.
All right.
Excuse me.
Yes. Just give me 1 second, okay? Christina, you have any comments?
No, I want to look over.
Okay. Brian, anything
Yeah.
further?
No, I think we should adjourn this.
Mhm.
Right.
Definitely adjourn.
Ham, anything further?
Yeah, actually, a couple of things. Have you been in this house?
No. And I think that's an important point, because at this stage of the game, an assessment of a house, a building like this, that has obviously gone through multiple
needs to be
additions and alterations, my assessment of it was limited to its exterior fabric, that which is visible from the street, and I could not see anything of any compelling historical interest. A forensic investigation would get to that, and I would address one of the comments.
Let me just finish one thing. Would you be agreeable to any architectural probing of the building to facilitate viewing similar to the architectural probing that we did on the Presbyterian Church with the cell phone tower? It's a question for you.
Yes, we're pretty amenable to that.
Okay.
Because I think what's important that I don't think people take.
The next thing, on the paperwork side of the survey, I noticed we have some very new surveys here, and I know that Sally's been kind enough to bring us in surveys that date back to our original maps. Is there a way to configure those?
There's nothing reliable that's going to predate turn of the century, so it wouldn't address the earlier construction and the alterations. And I think to that point, it's always important to remember that the paper trail, the deeds, the wills, those pertain to the conveyance of title to the property. They do not document the building. So they're really two parallel avenues of inquiry. It's important to know what the sequence of title to the property is by wills and deeds, and building permits, etc. That fundamentally does not answer the question, is this the building that stood in this particular decade or this particular century? The only way you can get to that is to look at the building forensically.
Here's my
You have to
third question. How would that relate to this application if in fact the owner is, or the original occupant was there or not?
It would be extremely material because this particular structure, as we said earlier in the evening, the 1979 survey was, shall we say, somewhat uneven. It was a good project, but it undoubtedly overlooked some buildings of interest, and it included some that, in retrospect, perhaps were not of such great interest. This particular building, house, was not included in the survey in 1979. Not because it was being intentionally overlooked, it just did not appear to have interest and relevance to that survey. And that's what we are working with now. So we're working with a limited data set, if you will, and that could be further researched. And I think in the interest of the very likely connection of Pyrrhus Concert to this property and others, as we now learn, that should be investigated. I have no idea what will come of that, but I think it certainly warrants further research. But to answer your question, no, I've never been in it.
Okay. So we're happy. The house next door was included, by the way, in that survey. So
on both sides.
On both sides. So.
Yes.
Well, you're referring to whether the structure itself is a contributing structure. And I'll do the example. If George Washington stayed at the house, would it be historic?
Depends on how long he stayed there.
It's a good try.
He lived there. Anything further? Okay, I saw that there was another comment. Could you please step forward?
Yes, I just wanted to kind of speak to some of the things that's been said here. First off, on Long Island, we know that the history, slaves and black people and people that were not prominent people were not the keeper of records. So it's going to be very hard to find documentation. This is a problem, of course, Long Island. It's a problem in the United States, period. So it's going to be hard to find documentation. Case in point, the Eastville Community Historical Society, the St. David AME Zion Church. Originally in the 80s, the historic district stopped a block before that actual church. And because of because of Kathy and a few of the other members lobbied and said, this is the oldest church on its original footprint. How dare you guys purposely exclude us? So whether it was intentionally or not, we fought. It was a hard fight. She's here from the 80s to tell you that, as I said earlier, that our history is often overlooked. And to speak about if the man actually lived here or not, as Zach and others have said, it's going to be very hard to prove that. The only thing that we really have, and we try to document, is folklore, what's in the papers, what's in the memory. That's the only thing that we can go to. As far as finding the different documentation, it's going to be very difficult to do that. And I would also like to have, if we're going to be able to really investigate this, that we need to have someone who's used to doing this work, some archaeological people who can come out and tell you what they believe and what they don't believe. Because this right now is too opinionated from someone who may not have the same background that I or others have that have interest in this property. And some of the statements that he has made, I disagree with. And I think that for him to make those statements on record, this is why I have to come back and dispute most of what he said. It's going to be very difficult to find documentation. And the other thing is to talk about what the original house looked like. As Sally has said, this house has gone through renovation. Case in point, the St. David AME Zion Church has been folklore to believe that it is a stop on the Underground Railroad. Now, where was the actual hiding space in the church? Again, folklore confused it, and we had to kind of do the research to find out where it was. And an extension was built on the church. So then we had to say, well, it couldn't have been under the pulpit. It was in the front under the library. So there are a lot of things like this that happen when it specifically comes to African Americans and slave populations on Long Island and across the United States. So I ask you to really take into consideration or speak with someone who has experience in working in this area to really give yourself an idea of what we're dealing with, undertaking of the proof of this. But I think because it's been documented over time, that we should really give this merit that was his house. We all agree that this place is of significance in some way, and I think we really need to go apples with apples and not oranges with apples.
Thank you.
Georgia, just one question I had. The only thing that I was asking our consultant to look at was physically, and the applicant is nice enough to allow him perhaps to do so, is to take a look at the interior, which is not our purview, but I basically want to make sure as a board member that we're not overlooking something extremely obvious that would be beneficial to both.
An interior probe, which will assist us in maybe giving almost like an archaeological.
Not an archaeological, not an
well, in a sense it is.
But even if it's not, if you've been to the Sylvester Manor on Shelter Island, okay, if you look, you'll see nothing that gives you an inkling. If you go in the attic, there's something that is there that I or people who work in this field would recognize that maybe Zach would not recognize. So what I'm saying is whenever this happens, I hope that it's culturally sensitive because things that I recognize, he may not recognize from a cultural standpoint. And I think that's being overlooked.
Understood. Well,
just although it may not be listed as a contributing resource, if you look at the inventory, they have a non-contributing list. And on the non-contributing list, there are only 2 on Pond Lane listed, 137 Pond Lane and 208 Pond Lane. So those 2 are specifically non-contributing. So this one is in a limbo place. So I wanted to say that. Pardon?
You're in or you're out, as
Right.
Andy Klug
Oh.
would say. And this is not if.
Okay. Well, they listed specifically the
It's
ones
just
that
a
are
fact.
non-contributing.
It's just a fact. That does not limit future progress. I'm just saying you're
Okay.
in or
Well, I'm
you're
just
out.
saying it might have been that college intern on that summer
Well,
day missed it.
I mean,
So
to the argument of that, Zach, there could have been an omission due to certain
Human error, there's,
Well,
yes.
error or in question of. So let's we won't leave that. We'll leave that for speculation. We don't know.
We have one more question, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind. Lucian?
Yes.
Is a
If
head
you're
of
going to
the-
speak to him, he has to step forward.
would you mind, sir? You,
Yes, Lucius
Lucius, I've seen you come in front of the village board over the years, over the last 20 years, a number of times, especially when Joe Romanowski was mayor and so forth. Does the NAACP has the NAACP shown any interest in other residences out in this area, other than this?
Yes, the particular home in Sagaponack, for example.
Mhm.
Okay. We also had interest in one in Quogue recently. So.
And were there results from?
Pardon?
Were there any tangible results from the interest and so forth?
There
of
were
those two? And
tangible,
also in Sag Harbor, I believe, too.
Results that are in the works so far as the Sagaponack residence is concerned. And again, this is just super important. And we have a history, as was slightly mentioned, in this country of black history being omitted, ignored, destroyed, and right on down the list. And if we're not careful here, that's what we will be doing, some of that here. And in terms of the house and when it was built and so on and so forth, we don't know, and there's no testimony here that really says that they know.
Lucius,
Okay?
any information that you or Georgia would be able to give this board would be greatly appreciated.
Exactly.
And
Absolutely.
I also, I guess this board would have to lean on you to provide any of the tangible, as you stated, research from whether it be publications that you can bring to the board will attest to that. At least gives us an idea. Again, reiterating what Zach says, it may account for the ownership, but is it that particular building?
Right.
And part of the issue with what we're limited by, because I have to base everything on our code and our ability to execute our code, we're limited by the building, not the property.
And the application, essentially, Mr.
So
Chair.
if the building existed and he lived in the building, then that itself could be designated. If he was a resident of the property and it's not the exact building, we have limitations. And so that's part of the challenge that this board has, where we need to be fair, but we have to be, it's almost like, it's not an exact science, unfortunately.
Not at all. It seems mighty gray to me.
Exactly. We need a delineation at some point, because there are property rights and so forth involved with this as well. Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Anything further? Anything further from council? Anything further from the board? Well, at this point, I'm assuming that you want this board to adjourn the application for further development?
I gather I have to want it for you to do it, so the answer is yes.
Thank you.
Motion to approve applicant's request to adjourn.
Second.
I make a motion that we approve applicant's request to adjourn 51 Pond Lane.
It's been moved and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I assume just that adjournment is to the next meeting.
That is correct. How's everyone doing? Does anyone need any breaks?
No.
We need that egg timer.
Who's that egg timer?
We're okay now with it. All right. Next application. I'm sorry,
No, there's
no, one more application for the
Next
historic district.
application is George Thaler, 166 Hampton Road, for construction of new porch, first and second floor additions, pool house and renovations.
Good evening, board members.
Good evening.
CMX Sami, architect from Georg Thaler.
Wait, just give us a second while people shift.
CMAC, I was in the building
Just give her a
department.
second while people shift, please.
Oh, right. Okay. Okay.
And if we can close the door because there's
know, it's
commentary.
No, don't close it, it'll get too hot in here.
Yeah.
They'll be out of here in a minute.
Okay. It's making it impossible to hear them. Okay.
Have we changed the application in any way since you cover it? Is the porch being covered on this or uncovered?
The porch is not, there's not a porch, there's a trellis that's going.
Sorry?
There's a trellis, not a porch.
Trellis.
There's an existing porch that's going to be restored.
Okay.
And, well, let me go through the application
Thank
and I will walk you through it. The subject property is located on the intersection of Hampton Road and Lewis Street. It's in the historic district. There is an existing house on this property, 1920s Victorian. The owner wants to restore the property and make a modest modification and addition to the existing building. The footprint of the existing building is at 1,350 square feet of habitable space and 400 square feet of porch to the north. We're adding 100 feet to the east and 120 feet to the south with a trellis attached to it. South of the existing building, there's a proposed pool house, and then there's an existing garage on the corner, on the south west corner of the property that's being restored and renovated. The buildings, basically new proposed additions are in line with the architecture of the existing, stepped eaves and gables. The trellis to the back wraps around similar to the porch in the front on the north side of it. The materials are extended from the existing building. Of course, we're restoring all the material, or renovating all the material, exterior material, that being the siding, and the roof is going to be shingles, cedar shingles. The windows are being replaced with the same design as the original, simulated divided light. And I know you have a number of applicants in front of you, so if there's any questions, I'll be more than glad to answer.
Zach?
Well,
And by the way, there is existing and proposed elevations. Page 3A and 3 show proposed in comparison to the existing, so that it'll make it easier for you, Zach.
Thank you.
Yeah.
To understand.
No, this is challenging because the trellis is architecturally interesting, but I find it to be, this is a contributing building in the district, so I'm a little concerned about, and it's a corner property, right?
Correct. It is a corner property.
So that puts more of it kind of out in the public view than what we sometimes see, which is that there's a back facade, and that's where you can have your sliders and deck, and none of that's really visible. That's not the case with this house. Basically, all four sides are quite visible.
Is the trellis to a degree?
Two sides, actually, Zach.
Is the trellis in a? I mean, is it to a
you drive
degree
down
that
Lewis,
it's?
Yes,
aren't we
on
on
Lewis
Lewis
Street.
Street? I mean, we
Yes.
drive down Lewis Street.
There
and
are
see the
there are
south
actually
facade.
yes, but I
You drive
must.
along Hampton Road, and you see the west facade, so you see all four sides. Yeah.
Correct.
So I think the trellis, the big trellis extension is kind of challenging.
I actually I do have a proposal for a porch. Originally, the owner did want the porch. The one peculiarity regarding this property is that it is a residential building. It has been all along. It's located in an office district. Even though, as far as allowable in the residential zone, and even in the office district, the lot coverage of about 6,000 square feet, this house is less than 1,700. There is a restriction up to on office district Hampton Road, 200 feet in from Hampton Road, that a one-story building should be no more than 2,500 and a two-story building no more than 2,000. A porch would take it beyond that allowable lot coverage, whereas a trellis does not. We are planning to go in front of the zoning board requesting for a variance for conversion of the trellis to a porch. But having said that, roofed-in porch, and I have drawings for it too here if the board wants to take a look at it. I'll give one to Zach.
So your application is asking for either a trellis or a covered porch, is that correct?
Not either. On my application,
Right now,
is
you're asking for the
a trellis
trellis.
at the moment.
And if you get the approval, you want to do a
Going to
amendment.
the ZBA, and actually, I would request the architectural board also to make a recommendation on the aesthetics of a porch versus a trellis, so that it would support my application in
Porch.
front of the ZBA.
Porch.
Porch, more expensive.
I think that this board would be more inclined to give you the recommendation to go forward and then come back once you have your ZBA approval.
Absolutely.
And
He's used to being in charge, you know.
Oh, yeah.
So what are you asking for? The approval?
At the moment, I'm asking
Just for the
approval for, as of right, development of the property. Yes.
Okay. So the application is
Ryan,
for
what do you feel about the trellis?
The trellis doesn't bother me, to be honest with you. I think it kind of disappears more than the porch. I think the porch is lovely and more appropriate for the architecture, but for right now, I'd be fine with the trellis.
Christine?
I'm fine with the trellis.
Esther?
I'm sure it will be beautifully landscaped.
It's already heavily landscaped. The trees there are more than 70, 80 years old.
I'm
We are
talking
not
about the
removing,
trellis.
but the trellis itself would also be
Well, since
landscaped.
this is not what you're proposing, we'd rather not complicate the file.
Do you want to hang on to these?
Sure.
Ham, anything further?
No, I think it's fine. I think it's appropriate.
Zach, anything further?
I actually like the porch too.
Any public comment on the application? When are you presenting before these?
I haven't filed the
You
application.
haven't filed
yet.
yet. Okay, you know it's in the historic district, requires
Yes, I do.
written decision. We will adjourn at this time for written decision at our next meeting.
Okay. May I ask the board to also support me in the ZBA application with the porch proposal?
Happily.
Happily.
Seems there's no
Would
opposition
that-
of this board to do so. It's a preference that you do.
Okay.
So, council, will you be able to prepare that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Be a part of the approval?
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Can that be just be part of the approval?
Yes, it can.
And that way, it's just a, so it'll be a part of the actual written approval.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further comments from the public? Motion to adjourn for written decision.
I make a motion that we adjourn the application of George Taylor at 166 Hampton Road for a written decision by our council.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Concludes our historic applications for this evening. First application, non-historic.
Next application, Mr. Chairman, is Roberta Amon, 65 Murray Lane, for construction of two-family dwelling.
Hi, my name is Matthias Tauner, and we already presented on August 28th the documentation for this new structure with perspectives, materials, and you were asking us to come back with a more detailed information for the soffits, for the trim, and for the fascias. So we prepared a plan which illustrates in detail what our intent is. We have 5 small copies and 2 large copies, and we even produced a life sample scale just to illustrate what our intentions are. So this is the. Maybe I'll put it down so you see it as a section. So this is basically the idea with our fascia, with our soffit, and with our board. And as you can see, we kept all the details very minimal. We believe in this particular design, less is more. And that's all the information I have.
Thank you.
Ryan, comments?
Nope, I think it's going to be a nice looking house.
Thank you for your follow-up.
Christine?
Thank you very much.
Esther?
Appreciate it, thank you,
You
good luck.
gotta, you have to take that with you, though.
Are you sure?
Any
Find
comments?
it. It's appropriate, I'm glad the applicant followed through with the
Would you wanna
details
file
that we
this?
asked him for.
I was not here at our last meeting. It's my first time reviewing
It
the
had a-
project itself,
It had a lack of details, Mr. Chair.
and had no opposition to the project as submitted, and the
goes
addition
back in
of
the
the example.
I need to open the door, excuse me.
Any public comment? Motion to approve.
Make a motion that we approve the application for Roberta Amon at 65 Murray Lane.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Good night.
Next application is Ralph Nagel, 117 Toilsome.
Can you guys leave that door open for us, please? Just give us one. Do you have the building permit?
Good evening. My name is Monique Romeo. I'm representing Mr. Nagel regarding the gates at 117 Tolsom Lane. 117.
Okay.
And you have the drawings of the gates.
Beautiful.
Nice, transparent, I don't have any
Thank you.
issues.
Any public comment on the application?
Transparent gates.
Anything further from the board? Motion to approve.
Make a motion that we approve Ralph Nagel at 117 Toilsome Lane application for driveway gates and posts.
Thank you.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Next application is Jimmy Niederlander, 117 Duck Pond Lane, driveway gates and posts.
Is the applicant present?
We'll come back.
Yes, the same. You have the drawings.
Even nicer.
Transparent.
Any public comment on the application? Anything from the board?
No, they're transparent, they meet our criteria.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion to approve.
I make a motion that we approve the application of James Niederlander on Duck Pond Lane for driveway gates and posts.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Next application is for change of a mansard roof to a gambrel. Cynthia Frank.
Will Schultz, architect, here to represent Cynthia Frank on
Will, I
this
just
change.
have one question.
Yeah.
Didn't this application come in once before and we approved it? It's on the corner lot or one lot in?
No, it's in. But
It's in.
I don't think, I'm here for Sandy tonight. I'm
Oh,
here,
okay.
but,
All right.
I don't think it's been before the board.
I thought it was about a year and a half ago.
But she, I don't think, I think she bought the house about a year ago. I don't think.
Okay, maybe it was the previous owner or something. Okay.
So this is the current mansard roof on the house, and this is what she would like to do, which is cosmetic. It's not structural. It's just making a gambrel.
Okay.
Just changing the roof.
Yes.
Materials, cedar?
Cedar.
Right.
White trim. We're not changing the windows or the trim on the dormers.
Okay. Ridge height?
Right now, the wings are at 20, they're going to 23, and it's about 7 feet. So
7 feet up.
We're at 27. We
Pitch
will
412
be
or-
27 when we're finished. We're at 20 now with the mansard.
Brian, comments?
Nope, I think it's improvement.
Christine? Esther?
Improvement.
Any public comment on the application? Motion to approve? We have to open those doors.
Can we open the windows?
Let's keep
Why,
going.
you want to jump?
Make a motion that we approve the application of Cynthia Frank, Meadowmere Place, to change the roof from mansard to gambrel.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Good luck. Alfred, I'm really going to try this. Shaner, 82 Pheasant Close North, to amend the prior ARB approval to change the front center window. Last time we had this in, we approved a lack of muntin bars on the window over the entry door. In other words, it was a plain piece of glass, correct?
Yes.
Steven Salamone for Alfred Steiner. Last time I was here, the board did approve the front center windows and doors without any transoms or mullions. I did hear Mr. Brady mention that he would like to see some diamond patterns. My client would also like to see something in the windows also. So you see, A, we put in some diamonds, and what we did was we left the front doors blank to kind of lessen it. On pattern B, this is the choice my client would like. We also left the doors blank. And on pattern C, we just it's just all diamonds. We went through various different diamond patterns
Pattern
to trying to. Oh, A, B. No, I'm sorry.
There's only an A and a B here.
I have B and C.
Right
B and
here,
C, rather.
right here. What I submitted today.
We have C.
Oh, here's A.
Okay,
Thank
sorry.
you.
What was submitted today.
Last time you were here, you redrew the eyebrows. Is that correct?
The eyebrow was already approved. Yes.
Yes.
We came across with that.
Yeah.
So you're
Are
adding
you
the
looking at the same thing?
diamond
It
patterns.
has A in the corner.
Yes.
Yes. How far back is this house from the street?
About 60 or 70 feet, I think.
Right. Okay.
Brian, comments?
The issue with the diamond pattern originally was the scale of it. The scale of the diamonds was too great for the scale of the muttons and mullions on your double hung windows. That was the issue. So in looking at these, Plan A is the most successful, even though the side lights to the door are still out of scale with the rest of it. But if we're asking to choose from one of them, A is the only one that would get my attention.
That's fine.
Ham?
I think it's still very, very busy. I think the diamonds above the entry are out of scale and out of character with the style of the house. I would rather see those being square cut glass up there, but out of all three, I have to agree with Brian that that's the least effective. The transom lights are very odd, meaning diamonds and the side lights, and a lot going on there. I'd like to see it simplified, but for the sake of, we've approved the house already, and with exception to this one window, and I would say that Plan A is the least impacted.
Esther?
I would agree.
Steve? So it's an SAT test, it would be A, so.
Okay.
Any public comment on the application? Okay, so approval on the amended application.
Make a motion that we approve the amended application of Alfred Steiner at 82 Pheasant Grove North to change the front center window grills to Plan A.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Good luck.
Thank you.
Next application is Stuart and Alexandra Baker, 81 Meadowmere Place, for construction of two-story family house.
Good evening, Michael Barringer, architect for the applicant. Just grab my notes. This is an application to construct a new residence on 81 Meadowmere Place. As I'm sure you're familiar, Meadowmere Place is a private dead-end street, and this is the second house from the end of the road. There's an existing home there that is a 70s, early 80s add-on, postmodern that has a lot of structural foundation problems, and we are also removing a pre-existing non-conforming tennis court from the property, which will I think just in terms of the site plan, it'll make it more in keeping with the neighborhood. We are proposing a 6,350 square foot, two-story residence with a detached garage and a pool house and a swimming pool. The current property benefits from its perimeter being surrounded by 25-foot tall trees that the Bakers have planted, and they've actually lived in the home for a number of years and have kind of carefully planned this project, I might add, as well.
Is this the one that's right next to Moeller, the new one that just went up?
It's across the street from...
Across the street?
Yes. Yeah, that's a much larger piece of property, obviously. They were able to put a much larger home there. This is a 1 acre parcel approximately,
Right.
and we're not asking the village for any variances. It's conforming to all the building codes, and we have selected a style that is traditional. I wouldn't call it necessarily a shingle style, but it is a traditional style with gable roof lines. The roofing material is a synthetic slate, and the siding is a white beveled cedar, and the trim is AZEK, so it's basically a white exterior with the dark gray mottled slate roof. The chimneys are a white Lorraine brick, and we've tried to address the scale of the house and the property and keep things appropriate for that area.
Can we talk about the exterior stairway on the north elevation?
The exterior...
Stairway.
Going up to a deck?
Yes, that is a way for the Bakers to be able to exit the second floor of the house from the master suite. They are concerned about the house is going to be sprinklered voluntarily. Mr. Baker has some history as a fire chief and things, and they're concerned about their safety, and there's an existing staircase on the house that they own now that they're actually going to reuse to create that safety feature for them.
It's like a fire escape? Like a fire escape.
Well, it's a staircase, but in their mind, it gives them a safe way to get out of the home. There's no agenda there that I could speak of other than that. Again, the new entrance to the property is on the opposite side of where that staircase is located. It currently might be visible from the street, but with the entrance being moved to the opposite side of the property, it will be on the service side of the house.
So as you're heading south on Meadowmere toward the ocean, it'd be on the right side?
Yes, sir. And it's at the
And it'd be
at the
close to the
southern
driveway's being flipped to the other side.
to the southern part of the
Yeah,
property.
okay.
Yes.
So you're not going to be able to see this. Mike, where the staircase goes up and...
Question the ability not to see the staircase. You see, I'm sorry?
Yeah, it was
Well, there's
just
25-foot tall trees at the street front
really,
right now.
really heavy in there.
And is the property completely screened, the entire, with
Completely.
25-foot privet?
Yes, they're not privet, it's arborvitae.
Arborvitae.
Yes. You know, the character of that neighborhood is dense landscaping. I couldn't even really submit
Can't see anything.
photographs of the existing homes. I think everyone on that street covets their privacy, and
Except for the
there may
deer.
be some neighbors here to speak, but I believe that privacy is something that everyone on that street has provided themselves.
Are there any photographs of the existing house showing the staircase?
It's on the rear of the house right now. I submitted a couple of photographs as you see the house from the street, but I do not have a photograph of the rear of the house.
Any public comment on the application? Step forward, please. I'm sorry, were you finished, Mike?
Yes, I'm finished for now.
Hello, my name is Mark Picard. I live just south in 95 Meadowmere Place. I haven't had a chance to really review all of the plans. I am curious about the staircase that goes to the second
Should be
floor.
on the other side of you.
Yes, but I have, because of the way that the houses are situated and the screening, which isn't as high in certain parts of the property, and there's terraces off the back of our house, there is a lot of optical. The other question I wanted.
Sorry, just to clarify, you're to the south, correct?
I am to the south.
So if I'm driving down Meadowmere.
I'm the last house on the right.
You're the last house on the right, and you have those deer grates, correct?
Correct.
Underneath your gate?
That's our home.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so his driveway, you realize is being shifted
Which
closer to your
is
driveway.
another question I have.
Not our
Fine.
deal. But you realize the stairs that are going into a proposed stairs that are going into this house are on the opposite side.
Understood.
Other side of
The
the
back
house.
of our house has 3 terraces off the bedrooms, and they also look down onto that house. So there'll definitely be a line of sight. I'm just curious.
I'm pretty familiar with the property. I can't see how you could possibly, unless you're using X-ray vision, be able to see to the other side.
I see
of
the
house.
current staircase now.
But the current staircase on the current house is the one that's across the street. We're talking about the house that's on the same side as the street.
I'm on the
as you.
same side.
I'm not doubting that. You're the last house on the right, correct?
Yes.
And you're one house north of him, on the right, correct?
Clarify, the staircase is currently on the rear of the house.
Right.
That our neighbor may be able to see. We are moving it to the north side of the house.
You're shifting it around.
Yes.
Are you,
Opposite side of.
have you seen the plan yet?
I haven't
You
had
wanna
a
look
chance
at
to
it?
go. Yeah.
Okay.
Is your concern that from the balconies on the second floor, they can see into your property?
That would be one concern.
Okay.
Your property is here.
That's a valid
The
concern.
staircase
That's
is
a
here.
There's 4 balconies on here.
Staircase is.
Where's the
Yeah,
front
they
can't
of
be
the house?
seen.
Right here.
But there's a huge deck that it's going
Yeah.
to, so.
Which I think we're skipping over.
We haven't gotten there yet.
So I will not have line of sight on this stairway, but is this a ground level porch?
Yes.
Okay.
Is there a second floor
There's a
balcony?
balcony on the
Second story
second floor,
balcony.
though. if
How
you're-
big is
that's
the
your
second floor
concern.
balcony? This is what the neighbor wants to find out.
There is a second floor roof deck out off the master bedroom.
God bless you.
Bless you.
That, I believe, here,
It's huge.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mike, what is it, about 30 by 20 feet, or 600 square feet?
it'll be listed on here. I just want to make sure that I give it to you correctly.
And your focus, sir, is the balcony more so than the staircase?
Actually, my main,
280
the
square
focus,
feet.
my main focus was the elevation of the land and a lot of the drainage. We have a drainage problem on the street, and I don't know that that's even an issue here. Tell me if it's not.
It's not unless it has something to do with screening or a landscape plan.
Well, it would have to do with landscape plan, and this isn't pertinent to this exact conversation, but what, the drainage on the whole street changed when Molar put the wall up.
I'm sure.
So it's a disaster.
And the one
So-
next to him,
And if
too.
he raises, and he puts any sort of barrier up, it's just gonna continue to pool. And we didn't know any of that going in. So that's really what brought me here. The Bakers are terrific, and I want them to build a beautiful home. But I'm curious about all this, so I just haven't had a chance, nor has my architect had a chance, because this meeting was scheduled, I guess, a week or 2 ago, and I showed, but I guess it got canceled. So in that light, I was hoping just to have more time to get my arms around all of this.
Okay, a question. Do you have any issues with the architecture of the structure? You're saying you haven't.
Well, yeah, I mean,
If we did a
there's
if you did a second call and allow you the opportunity to walk out in the hall with the architect and review the plans and come back to see if you, or do you feel you actually physically need a little extra time to review the plans?
Yeah, I don't think I would, I don't think I would be doing everybody, particularly myself, a service by just going over to 5 minutes, to be honest.
So you're
Given
asking-
what's happened. It's just because of all the history that's gone on already.
You're asking for some additional time
Yes,
to
please.
examine the plans and so forth.
And I apologize to the Bakers for doing that, but.
Understood. The only challenge with that request is that this has been adjourned for another meeting. So now there have been 2 meetings where the plans were available in the village hall. I'm sorry, with village building department to be reviewed.
I think you should have enough.
Give me a second.
Sorry.
So we want to be fair but we also want to understand that, that this is an opportunity for you to foil the file at any time and look at the application and review it. So that's why I'm asking if a few minutes out in the hallway could be helpful for you, because this has already gone through basically previous 2 weeks.
In other words, these plans have been on file for quite some time.
May I
If we
have
could-
a comment that might be helpful?
Okay. Sure.
To my neighbor's point.
Sure.
We have retained Edmund Hollander as the landscape architect, and we have retained Rayner Group from Watermill as the surveyor. They are probably the two most professional drainage consultants that we could have on this project. And we are required by code to retain all of our runoff water on site, and we have detailed engineering drawings that verify that we will retain all of our site water as per the code in our own dry wells, and there's not going to be any drainage that's going off the property. It's not permitted by code.
I noticed that there's a retaining wall down the side. Now, keep in mind, my lot's a corner lot, and it was treated as a corner lot, even though subsequently now it's been determined that it's no longer a corner lot, but those were my setbacks. So my house sits very close to this property line and well away from my south property line, and we already have a major problem with drainage because they've done some property raising already, which I don't know may or may not have been in code, but if they put this retaining wall in, that's going to dramatically change things further. And this is the first really time I'm getting a sense of that. So if that's not part of the architectural review process, then I respectfully need to go somewhere else and deal with that. But this, right off the bat, poses a big problem for me. And I guess if, in order to accomplish what I need to accomplish, I say to you that the second floor terrace, which is going to look on my property, is also a big problem for me, then we need to take our time and slow this down.
Okay, but that's an argument.
Thank you.
Are you asking for a landscape screening plan from Mr. Hollander, who I think
Well,
was Klaus
he-
Muller's
Screening is already,
landscape
the screening's
architect?
already in place. It's just, if they put a retaining wall here, then, I mean, that's.
Your concern is mainly the porch, the second floor porch, is that correct?
Okay, obviously, this board always is very sensitive to privacy issues. We are a board that we've been trying to do our best, not to say we're perfect, but we do our best to make sure that if there's any impropriety or any possibility of impeding on your privacy, we do the best we can to make sure that's not the case. And if there are accessible decks that can do so, we want to make sure that we're sensitive to the neighbors. I mean, this is something you understand that that's always been part of our, you have not presented before us a landscape plan to show.
I have a preliminary landscape plan from Edmund Hollander.
Although it doesn't mean that we deny all.
The property's already surrounded by 25-foot trees, and the neighbor stated that he was concerned that his roof decks would be looking down into our backyard.
Okay.
If you heard that, that's what I believe the statement was. So it's, I don't know that becomes our problem. We need to, we are looking to expedite the approval here, and the retaining wall that he's concerned about will prohibit a drainage problem.
That's not correct. But I'm mostly concerned about the privacy of my property from the second floor
Well,
terrace.
you're building the house, so your line of sight in his backyard is a problem. If it is a problem, it's something that has to be addressed.
How would that be addressed?
By either your landscape plan, which will show that it will not impede on his property, or the second story deck doesn't become accessible.
Mike, how many feet is the second floor deck from the side yard setback? Rear yard setback?
The second floor deck is on the north side of the property once
Right.
again.
Okay.
I think the concern is the balcony on the south side of the property.
The balcony on the south side of the property is 5'6" by 8.
Right.
And how many feet is that?
I don't think you could put furniture on something. It's smaller than a piece of plywood.
Okay. And
Then
how many-
why do you need it? That's going to be the
Part of the
argument.
style of the home.
But
It's-
Mike, how many feet is that from the property line roughly?
That side of the property is 45, hold on one second.
Right at your setback.
So if you're saying it's a part of the style of the home, then it's just aesthetics. Why can it not be non-accessible?
The balcony is probably 25 feet from the property line. All of the homes in this area, I couldn't photograph them, they all, he stated he has several.
We just have a neighbor complaining that the second-story deck would cause privacy issues. We have to entertain that, respectfully entertain it. Not that we turn down every single second-story deck, but it's the applicant's responsibility to address it in a way that it's...
If I state that those doors would be fixed doors, then the application could move forward.
Are you stating it, or is it a fact?
I'm asking that if I state that, will the application move forward?
So you're going to replace the doors with windows?
I would
Gonna
replace them with fixed doors. It's part of the style of the architecture of the house.
Can I just back up for a second? Mike, I don't have any issues with this plan whatsoever. I do have an issue that because we put off our meeting, that I think that what the applicant is asking for, one way or another, is to take a look at this whole process. That's all. What we're saying is, he's had an opportunity to. So there's a line here that the chair has asked simply for the interested neighbor to take a fair look at this. But we don't control retaining walls, period. And we don't control landscaping in a situation like this.
Well, that's the reason why I drew away from the conversation of retaining walls.
Exactly.
Conversation with regards to privacy is an issue that this board has jurisdiction in discussing.
And if the applicant is willing to fix these windows on this or doors rather, so that they're non-operable, then I don't have any issue with this.
We've seen in past times that doors have become accessible.
I've never seen Mike do that.
I didn't say Mike would. I'm saying in general.
The only, if I'm understanding correctly, when the neighbor exits his home onto his roof decks and looks over to our property, we might be able to see him from our roof deck.
No, I didn't say that. What I said is that I am concerned about my privacy when there is a roof deck immediately adjacent, because I'm only 12-foot setback and you're 20-foot setback. So the way that this all unfolds is that we're extremely close, and you've stated that there's 20-foot screen around the whole property.
25.
And that's not 100% the case.
Talking about height versus the separation.
Yeah,
In any event.
It's not the case.
Mike, if you were to make the...
I'm going to be the neighbor, and I think I'm saying just let's talk about this. Let's slow this down. My privacy is an issue.
We're entertaining the dialogue back and forth,
We
but
have
we
another
definitely have
comment
to
here.
control it as much as possible.
Curtis, there's another.
There seems to be another neighbor that has a comment, so if you can give us a second, if the two of you could make way, please step forward.
That's fine.
Excuse me. My name is Bruce Bachman. I live in 660 Halsey Neck Lane. I've been here once before on this drainage issue, but that's not why I'm here. I'm on the other side.
Is that resolved, Bruce?
Yes, it was. That
Because
one
the
was.
landscape architect actually started a dialogue
Can we
Yes,
discuss
we
this?
started
Can we
out.
discuss this case and stay focused, please? Thank you.
Right, no, well, it's the same case in
Okay.
many instances. We do have a
Same one.
drainage problem. We've got a water problem. I find it, and this is in support of the Bakers, your terrace.
If you can do, you have to
I'm sorry.
direct all
The
comments.
gentleman
to the
next
board.
door to me who's discussing, Mr. Picard?
Yes.
Mr. Picard, all of his porches look totally over my property, into my bedrooms, into my living room, and they have since he built it. And I think the gentleman on the other side should not be concerned at all. There's proper trees, there's everything between him and the other fellow. His house is raised. It contributes to the drainage problem, actually. So I just find this very ironic that this is being brought to in front of you, given the fact that the house on the other side is absolutely of no problem at all to the rest of the neighborhood.
Thank you.
I'm just uncertain as to where.
This dialogue, we really have to curb this as much as we possibly can. Another reason why I asked if you wanted a few minutes out in the hallway to discuss this matter and maybe either come to a conclusion or not, but at least have some time to speak with the architect and maybe come back as a second call to see if you're able to resolve any of this.
I don't, it's not resolved.
You have to stand forward because they can't hear you now.
I don't know that there's anything that is being presented that's resolving the issue of privacy based on the architectural structure that's being presented. So I mean, to step out, I'm not sure what we would accomplish by stepping out in the hall.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very good. Brian, any comments about the privacy issue? Because we have no issue with the architecture, correct?
Correct.
All right, so right now the question on the table is about the second-story decks, which we've had mass discussions about in prior times. In this scenario, we have a neighbor complaining that the existence of this second-story deck could impede on his privacy.
I can respect his opinions, but I don't have enough information to see where his house is in relation to this property. So I don't know exactly what the sight line's going to be. If there are 25-foot trees separating them, then there are. But that's better than a landscape plan. If someone can show us that, fine.
I'm saying there aren't. Well, there are photographs that were submitted to you that Mr. Picard's house is not visible from the street due to his hedge, and I tried to photograph the sideline. I mean, you have these photographs. It's difficult.
Yeah, there's two of them, right?
I mean, if there happens to be one tree that's less than 25 feet, I'm representing it, there will be 25-foot, there are, and there will be 25-foot arborvitaes entirely along the south line of the property.
Is this the neighbor's house?
Yes. I mean, I'm kind of at a loss that
Just one second,
privacy.
Brian, can I see those
Yeah,
photographs?
these hedges are not 25 feet, so I probably would have
They're
an
not
issue
on our
with it.
property, right. I'm at a loss that the privacy would actually be the issue here because of, it's one of the most.
This is the recently built Moeller House across the
Correct.
street?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Christine, comments?
No, I'm just having difficulty visualizing what the line of sight is and how much privacy is an issue.
Esther?
I'm having the same problem.
Does the board need the opportunity to do a site visit?
I think so.
Yeah.
Does the applicant object to the board taking some time to actually do a
No,
site visit? to
That's obviously going to happen, so.
Nothing's obvious.
Maybe at the same time, you could just take the landscape plan that you have, and that one, 8.5 by 11, and blow that up a little bit. put it in the file.
Well, I didn't submit it into the file because it is a little bit of a work in progress. I think that I would let the existing trees that are there.
Right, okay.
Could possibly
Leave it at
be
that.
what you would use as your judgment call on that.
Fair enough.
Right now, the board doesn't have the ability to render a decision. Do you request this board to adjourn? No further do that.
Now, when are we back? October
9th.
Yes.
Or the other solution is to make it non-accessible, reduce the railing, change the door to a
And
window.
then amend later.
And amend later.
That would be approved tonight?
Yes.
If you eliminate the door, put a window.
I would prefer that at
reduce
this
the
point
railing,
rather than another
so
delay.
there's below code.
Yes, yes, sir.
So,
And then a simple amendment at the same time.
Okay.
any comments?
Nope.
Anything from the neighbor? So
I'm not sure.
we eliminate the accessibility of the second-story deck. Any
Okay.
comments? Okay.
I don't know that accomplishes the privacy issue.
Again, with no drainage that we have no sight on that?
I agree.
Okay. You all right?
No, I understand you don't have.
You can't speak from the seat. If you have questions, we just made the.
I don't feel like
second-story-
we've resolved the privacy issue at this time, based on even that modification.
Okay.
Because the deck still exists. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm gonna
Anything
make a
further from the
motion.
board?
No.
Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion. Make a motion to approve the application of Stuart and Alexandra Baker, 81 Meadowmere Place, for the construction of a two-story single-family dwelling, detached garage, and accessory pool cabana. However, with the one smaller of the second-floor decks
The pants.
being non-accessible.
Southwesterly desk.
Mr.
Yeah,
Barringer, I'm
southwest.
going to ask that you take the plans and make that modification on plans.
Just say non-accessible.
Non-accessible.
Just non-accessible.
And window.
Sign it and date it, please.
Shorter railing.
Next application, Mr. Chair, is Cobblefield Lane LLC.
Wait a minute, the motion was...
Wait.
Oh, sorry.
Motion was the second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Next application is Cobblefield Lane LLC for construction of screened porch, front addition, and rear bay window addition to dwelling.
Good evening. I'm Robert Rich. We amended our application. You should have the correct drawings. We no longer have a screened porch. We had three small extensions, basically three bay windows attached to the house, but the screen porch is no longer part of the application. It's in an the house is in an association. It's 1980s. You can sort of get a sense of a flavor from the existing drawings. We're trying to give the house more character. We're changing 1/1 windows to 6/1 windows. Materials will and details all match the existing. And the house is really not visible for many of the neighbors.
Ryan, comments?
No, we can approve it.
Thank you.
Christine?
Well, it's fine. I think it's fine.
Ham?
No, I have no issues with it. I didn't this afternoon.
Any public comment on the application? Motion to approve?
Make a motion that we approve the application for 4 Cobblefield Lane LLC.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Next application on 137 Murray Lane for Yator LLC, construction of new driveway gates and reconstruction of breezeway.
Hi, I'm Brian Brown, the architect for this project, 137 Murray Lane. Our proposal is to replace the front gate at the end of the driveway and to rebuild the breezeway between the a portion of the house that's not in good shape. It's a very simple application. All we're asking for is to raise the breezeway 2 foot 8 inches, put new windows and doors in the space, essentially replacing in kind with the same materials on the structure. Same with the gate. We're replacing. The new gate will look very similar to the old gate. It's just new materials.
See the application.
New construction of a gate will look similar to what's there now. We're asking to the new gate will be motorized, and it's just going to it needs to be rebuilt because it's in poor shape.
Ham, questions?
No, I'm fine. I think I know Brian's work, and I don't have any issues with it. It's handsome, it's neat, clean, simple.
Esther?
I think it looks wonderful.
Okay.
Christine?
Nice gate.
Ryan? I have no objection. Any public comment on the application? Any public comment on the application? Motion to approve?
Make a motion that we approve the application of Yator LLC at 137 Murray Lane for the driveway and the driveway gates. Breezeway.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thanks. Good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck, Brian. Good to see you.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Am I missing? Oh, yeah. Can I have that other?
Yep.
You ready?
It's on Baker.
This is the amended
This is
application
the amended application.
on Baker.
Next application, please.
It's coming. It's Come on, move them in the basket. Here, here.
There you go.
Here, you want-
Thanks, Antoinette.
Thanks, sweetie. All right, next-
We serving breakfast?
Yeah, we are.
4 o'clock in the morning at the ZBA one time. So this is nothing.
Really?
Nothing.
This is not the ZBA.
Really.
Hampton.
Okay.
I'm not seeing it in here.
Hampton
What are you
Road.
looking for?
I'm not seeing Hampton Road. Is it on the inside?
Yeah, so we'll switch him to the slide that out. It's this
That's
first
the big one.
Yeah.
There it is.
I hope you have mini sets.
Nope. I don't think so.
Just throw that show like that.
Page that I want, cellar lighting, toilet, schedule, stairs.
Can I see your tour?
We don't have a choice, yes. We'll take a recess, just a 5-minute recess, please.
Wonderful.
Motion to recess,
I make a motion that we recess for 5 minutes.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion to reopen.
I make a motion to reopen the meeting of the Southampton Board of Architectural Review and Historic Preservation, September 25, 2013.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We are open.
Should I proceed? Or?
Proceed.
This is just solely for some facade change, a facade change to the Hampton Road side of these two buildings, which have the planning board has approved for a new Citarella. The use is approved, the square footage is approved, everything is approved. We're here just for facade changes. You see right now that currently there's a concave portion that connects these two buildings. The idea is to do this. You see there'll be a similar parapet in the middle there. And this existing site to the, part of the site to the, yes, that's to the west, will remain. And then there'll be an addition of a parapet here, which will have the logo underneath it. And then this parapet to the east will be raised 24 inches. The primary effect of it is to, in effect, flatten out the facade so that this rather strange and ungainly concave part, which was made
Atrium, whatever.
when it was this
The mall.
attempted mini-mall, will disappear. The color will remain the same. It's noted on the detail as existing. There is a black canvas awning, which is similar to the awning on the East Hampton store that we showed you before, and the windows will be changed, a new black anodized aluminum storefront windows. So again, this is merely a facade change to, we think, clean up and better this the facade of these two buildings.
John, what is the schedule?
We're hoping to be open in the spring. right?
Schedule?
Yeah.
Answer that better in about a week when we start the demolition, where I can find, well, I'll see what the conditions are. But I would probably say anywhere between December 1st and February 1st, depending on the conditions.
Cam, any questions about the architect?
Yeah, I do. I have a couple of questions. The facade that you're proposing, you're deciding to go up, is there a reason why you're going up 2 feet on the eastern side? Is it to hide HVAC, cooling equipment usage?
Yes, there will be,
Could you get up
yes.
a little closer to the microphone? It's really weak.
Sure.
Thanks.
Just stand by. That's
And
the existing.
What's the dunnage that you have up there, and how do we know that it's not going to be visible, that 2 feet is acceptable instead of 4 or 5, et cetera?
Well, that's all been approved.
The
No,
building permit for all that stuff, though, Ham.
I'm
If
sorry?
anything, it's just going to make the situation better. All that stuff is approved. That was approved by in the site plan, and is approved by the building department. There's a building permit to do everything other than this
Well, what I'm
facade.
asking, John, is the parapet is being proposed to go up 2 feet. Are we in fact going to need additional space in reality because the dunnage is up the roof and the mechanical systems are high? And you guys are going to come in and say, we need it to be 6 feet or 8 feet?
Then they would come back and ask for more, but
I'm just asking a question. If you guys know, or if you're satisfied that it's not going to go up any higher is my question.
We're satisfied with what we've shown.
Esther, you have any comments?
The purpose is to hide mechanical equipment, is that correct?
That and other things, and it was also, I assume it's for design purposes.
Bottom line, if they have to increase it, they would have to come back
I
before the board
understand.
for
I've
approval.
built stuff in the city. I know what it's all about. I know, but
I
the angle of
understand.
the attack nevertheless is from Hampton Road. If the wall is not high enough, we could be looking at a wall, and I don't know if you, Brian, I'm sure that you agree, that could be as high as 6 or 8 feet.
Ham, what you're missing is there's a approval to do everything now. We could leave it the way it is, and then you would be totally unsightly. If you
So what you're saying is it's an appendage of 24 inches.
24 inches, as shown on the plan.
Got it.
Esther,
I think it's definitely improvement to the Hampton Road facade. There's no question about
Absolutely.
it. I have a question about the rear facade in the parking lot. You're also raising a piece of that. You're evening it out in the back. Am I correct?
Yes. You have that there?
Yeah, we'll get you. No. The rear facade is on the same site. Here it is. It's right here. On the same.
So you're evening that out in the back. My concern is in the back, the parking lot, which backs up to a residential street. And I'm assuming that a lot of the mechanicals are going to go to the rear of the store, in the
Towards the
parking
parking
lot.
lot.
Not necessarily.
Okay, so can you do you know yet where everything is going to be placed on the roof?
It has been decided, I believe, but I cannot answer you where it is.
Okay, so the real concern would be to try to screen it as much as possible.
Absolutely.
Okay,
No,
but
no.
I have no issue. I think everything you're doing here is an improvement.
What I will do is I would put it probably more to the center of the building.
That would be terrific.
That is what we're leaning towards. That's all. You don't want to have a messy store, and we'd like to see.
I did the same thing in East
La-
Hampton.
Right.
No
Okay.
problem.
Thank you. I have no problem.
I'd like
There's
to
a-
on the back facade, there's also a black awning, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it isn't any secret that my property looks out over that parking lot, so I will be seeing this building. And I think it's an improvement to what's there, but I am concerned about, where the mechanical is gonna go and where the garbage is gonna go and.
I'll give you my number.
Pardon me?
I'll give you my number. If you have any complaints, let me know.
Okay.
I'll gladly work with you. No problem.
Thank you.
The garbage location has been approved by the planning board, but any sort of input, I think Joe's been a good neighbor with every one of his operations, so I'm sure he'll continue to be so.
Okay.
Brian?
Just to clarify, the rooftop equipment layout is on sheet number 1.
Oh, okay, thank
I
you.
couldn't-
It's
I don't
not
have a
in the
copy
rear
of it.
at all.
Okay.
And is it to the center, Brian?
It's mostly to the center. Yeah, there's one
So
piece.
the angle of attacks are good, because unfortunately, I didn't have a mini copy when I was asking the question. but-
There's
Thank
a
you.
smaller, there's the.
It's okay, he's got it. He's got
Okay,
it.
but
That's
the.
fine,
the-
that's fine.
Good. Good.
I'm fine with it.
Any public comment on the application? Please step forward.
And you're an existing tenant in the building?
Yes, my name is José Araújo, and I have a question about that exterior extension, well, not extension, the facade that is being built, because the purpose looks to me that is for the sign purpose, to install the sign, not really to change the whole facade. And I would like to know how it will affect the look of this building after we have this huge sign, which is probably the biggest sign in the block, with the other two, the existing signs on the building right now for my stores. So the question is, is how is this all gonna look for the town?
The village.
The village, yeah.
The sign is 2 feet tall by 100 inches long. It's not huge for the scale of the building.
There is a color rendering. If
if
John
the sign's
will
been approved
remove
in the
it.
previous
I understand. If you
application.
just remove it. He's asking how would the sign look. There it is.
So question here, will be able to put my signs over this area?
That's why it says store.
That's
Yeah.
No,
you're-
that's
you're-
not true.
Okay, all right, wait, just.
Your agreements with the
That's
landlord.
correct.
Yeah.
I'm the landlord, he has to get my approval.
Okay.
And the way he's speaking right now, I'd be real careful.
Oh.
Doesn't look like a happy meeting.
Yeah, I just concerned because I'm in the blind right now, so I need more.
Yeah, I would have a conversation with
I
your
think it
landlord.
would be helpful to meet together, and I think that having Citarella there will definitely increase your business.
Oh, yes, I definitely agree. I just don't
Okay.
want it to interrupt, by overcoming my signs out either. You know?
Understood, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so
Any public comment on the application?
one question I have on the doors, those are automatic doors? Is there a vestibule on the inside, and they're enclosing doors, I assume, or they're slides?
There's a
They're overlapping slides?
overlapping slides, and there's a vestibule also on both sides. There is a vestibule for heat retention.
Okay, very well, thank you.
Yes, sir.
It's just a quick question that's not necessarily a concern. My name is Anthony Valley. I own the property at 18 Hampton Road, right adjoining this property. On the facade being straight across, the doors will now, how will the doors
Come show me,
to the
Tony.
property? I'm just concerned, just out of interest, not of... So will this just be one straight?
Yes, it's flush.
And these, how will these doors operate?
Sliding doors.
And the village, that's approved? That's okay with the village? The access to those doors?
It was already approved,
Okay. I just have curiosity,
I,
not an objection.
but not by this board.
Not by this board.
By the planning board.
That's fine. I just had a concern from others.
No problem.
Thank you.
Any additional public comment? Anything further from the board? Motion to approve.
I make a motion to approve Hampton Road LLC 2022 Hampton Road for exterior alterations.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you for your time.
Next application, please.
Good luck.
Next application is 119 Foster Crossing for driveway gates.
We're starting.
Sorry, guys.
Good night.
I'm Mark Cirillo from AutoGate Systems, representing 119 Foster Crossing LLC.
Mark, what's the material?
Mahogany, painted white.
Painted white, okay.
What's the spacing, for the record?
Those are 2.5 inches apart, 1.5 square pickets.
Okay.
Any questions? Brian? Christine?
Nothing.
Nope.
Esther?
Good
Ann?
looking.
Nope.
Any public comment on the application? Motion to approve?
I make a motion to approve 119 Foster Crossing Holdings LLC for driveway gates.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Good luck.
Thank you.
That's how you get quick approvals when you
Exhaust us?
look at the...
Mark's been putting gates around here for years.
Well, no, well, if you follow the rules.
Follow the rules, right. Next application, 700 Meadow Lane, construct 2 sets of driveway gates. Marcia Rickless. Rickless, is it?
Yes. Mark Cirillo, AutoGate Systems, representing 700 Meadow Lane.
Spacing?
These are 1.5 pickets spaced 1.5 apart.
50%?
Yes.
Okay.
Could be more open.
Christine, comments?
I think it's a little close. I think it could be a little more open.
It's 50% clearance.
What?
What he's saying is that because of the frequency, it's 50% clearance.
Okay.
Brian, any comments?
I think it's very handsome.
Esther?
I like them.
Ham?
I think they're very appropriate. 50% is good.
which is what we normally respectfully request.
But they're
Any
also
public comment
styled
on the
nicely.
application? Motion to approve?
Make a motion to approve Marcia Rickless, 700 Meadow Lane, 2 sets of driveway gates.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next application is.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Robert Holman, 5 Bishop's Court, 2-story additions and porches.
I'm sorry?
Did you do George Thaler?
No, the next one I have after Rickless is Robert Holman.
Maybe you guys have a different one than I do.
Probably.
Oh, sorry.
Which one are you on?
No, I'm Holman. I had one in front. I had one in front of me. George Thaler, 166 Hampton Road. Construct new porch.
That was
We
moved
did
over
that
to
already.
historic.
Oh, okay.
And it's a good thing, because
Guess
there
I
used to be
was-
20 on here, but it was moved up. Since
Guess
it's
I
in the
was
historic
sleeping.
district, it was moved up to quite a while ago. While you were napping.
That she was sleeping through that.
Yeah, you were napping. Yeah.
All right, your name for the record, please.
Lisa Zaloga. I'm the architect.
Lisa,
for-
you know what you're here for?
I don't know why I'm here. I get confused.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
This property is at 5 Bishop's Court. It is a corner lot on the corner of
That's it.
Bishop
Thank you.
Lane and Bishop's Court. There is an existing house there currently. There are photos in the file. It's a 2-story gable, very simple in design, painted white. Actually very small. It has a footprint currently of 687 square feet. We are doing an addition to this house and basically recreating the gable shape that's on the house now and turning it 90 degrees. The location of the house is actually closer than zoning allows, pre-existing non-conforming, to Bishop's Court. It has a
Sorry, when I talked to Diane, she said this was still in planning board?
ZBA.
ZBA,
Okay.
rather, I'm sorry.
Yes.
This
We're
is
on
the one
tomorrow
that's still
night.
in ZBA. It's on
Yes,
for
we're
tomorrow?
on for tomorrow night.
Got it. All right, thank you.
That's what I was just starting to say. We're pre-existing non-conforming, setback to Bishop's Court. And so the addition that we are proposing comes forward, and it is actually at the same setback as the existing house. It's just that the existing setback is pre-existing non-conforming. So we are in front of the ZBA tomorrow night, but obviously we're looking to get started as quickly as possible, so we were hoping to be able to meet this board and then them tomorrow night. All of the materials will be matching existing white windows, asphalt series, architectural series asphalt shingles. Has a 10-foot high hedge in the front.
Brian?
I'm fine with it.
Christine?
Fine.
Esther?
No, I like it.
Good.
Okay, you understand that it's conditional approval until you get your ZBA approval.
Yes, sir.
Any public comment on the application? Motion to approve?
I make a motion to approve Robert Holman, 5 Bishop's Court, subject to ZBA approval.
Perfect.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Next application is Melanie Geigel, at 208 Herrick Road for a 2.5-story house. Are there any changes since this
No.
afternoon's file?
No.
Okay.
Lisa Zaloga, architect for Melanie Geigel. This lot is at 208 Herrick Road. You guys have actually seen this property before. We were here maybe a year or two ago. We were going to do additions to the existing residence. It's a small yellow cape that was built in the 60s.
This is the water damaged house?
No, that's on Meeting House Lane. Different. And
Sidebar.
We have since decided to demolish the existing house and construct new. Seems to be more economic, actually. So then,
Yeah, I'm looking at the pictures.
it's cute, isn't it?
Yeah.
Those shutters are pretty.
Yeah.
I think
Gingerbread.
Brian was very excited that I was maintaining those shutters at the. I don't even know. A 3,400 square foot new house on the property. This one meets all setbacks, doesn't require any zoning board. If there's any
Is the
questions.
same plan that you proposed that was previously approved, or it's a new?
No. That
This is
was
a
an
new house.
addition. This is a new house. What was approved before was an addition to the existing residence.
Very good. Brian, comments?
No, I think it's fine.
Christine?
No, that's good for you.
Pam?
Good. Appropriate.
Esther?
Very nice.
Any public comment on the application? Motion to approve.
I make a motion that we approve the application of Melanie Giegel at 208 Herrick Road.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Application of John and Carol Mihas, 59 Breeze Lane, 1- and 2-story additions with porch.
Pam Hospital, Hospital Brown Architects, architect for Carol and John Mihas.
Bear with me 1 second.
Sure.
I'll take care of a little bit of
I have a
housekeeping.
few things I want to pass along anyway.
Sure. You have a lot of recycled.
These are pictures,
Lisa?
other photos of the existing house.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no.
Good stuff?
You want that extra, Lisa? Take it home.
Camera's running.
These are photos of neighboring homes. And these are elevations that I thought might help comparing the existing to the proposed, which I also have here. This project involves renovation, demolition,
Sorry, Pam,
and...
are these mini sets of the same thing that you have?
No, these are all new.
These are all new?
Yep, photos
Okay.
of the existing house.
Sorry, thank you.
Photos of neighboring
Got it.
houses and elevations. So it's renovation, it's demolition, and it's expansion of an existing house. You'll see by looking at the photos of the existing house and the elevations, which are all lined up here on this side, these are all the existing elevations, that this house has evolved over time. It's a series of boxes that have been put together with flat roofs, with totally disjointed elevations. And so our goal, obviously, is to try to bring some coherency to the whole thing. The property is surrounded by 15 to 20 foot high hedges. It does have 2 front yards because the property flanks or travels between Fordham and Breeze Lane. It's a rather large piece of property for the neighborhood. It's just under an acre. And the character of the neighborhood has, if you know Breeze Lane, been evolving over time, and all the little houses are being upgraded and larger houses are being built. I think the difference with this project is that the property is probably twice as large as many of the other properties there. Although this does involve a major expansion in square footage, we are well below our maximum allowed gross square footage. We do not need any variances or anything to proceed with this project. Our roof lines, one of our goals in doing this was, and this is the proposed, so existing, proposed, is to keep the house as low as possible so that it doesn't become overwhelming in size. And we're doing that by obviously keeping the roof line low and dormering the entire second floor. So we have 5-foot plate height and then dormers to create the headroom for the second floor. Materials proposed, it's going to have a wood roof, it's going to be cedar siding, shingles, I should say, white trim, 6/1 double hung windows, all the typical village materials, so nothing controversial in that way. and I will keep my comments brief and take questions from you.
Okay, thank you. There was a letter, the letter that was requested, first I'll let you read it and then I will comment.
Dear members of the ARB, this letter is in reference to the application of John and Carol Mihas at 59 Breeze Lane. The property fronts both Breeze Lane and Fordham Road, the latter being a narrow one-way street. On the Fordham Road side, the property is situated where there is a blind 90-degree curve. We are requesting that all construction vehicles enter and exit the property from Breeze Lane. There have been numerous incidents between the subject property and the one across the street at 60 Halsey, where vehicles not only have blocked traffic, but routinely exit the wrong way on the one-way street. Therefore, for the safety of pedestrians and vehicles alike, please request all vehicles related to the construction of this project to use Breeze Lane in order to avoid potential accidents and blockage on Fordham Road. Thank you, Andrew Christine Modwick.
Respectfully, we respect that there is some inconvenience whenever there's any construction. However, it is not the purview of this board to instruct any contractor, GC, or
We don't have
project
oversight.
manager to park or use any access in and out of the property. We have no jurisdiction in that at all. So, as respectfully as we are, respectful as we are to the letter, we have no jurisdiction. Bottom line. Any public comment? Anything from the board? Ham?
No, I think at first, when you look at these elevations, first of all, it's very helpful to have them side by side. And it looks to me like on the front, you're going up approximately 4 feet. Same with the north, obviously, in the west, you're going up a marginal amount. But there is quite an impact, nevertheless, when you look at the south side elevation. Silly question, because it's hard to get my bearings here. But if I'm looking at the south, what side is my street view here?
Breeze Lane
Correct.
is the east.
Is the east. And
So it's-
you're in a corner, correct?
No, we're not on a corner.
90-degree inset.
Yeah, you're here.
Right.
Yeah.
So this is
Got
the
it.
east side of the house.
Okay.
Anything further, Ham?
No. No, I'm okay with it.
Motion?
Just wanted to-
Okay.
Christina?
Make a motion that we approve the application of John and Carol Mihas at 59 Breeze Lane.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I thank you very much.
Thank
And I thank you for allowing me to get home tonight.
Thanks for
I
coming
have a
in.
ferry to catch.
Good luck. Next application.
Next application, Kent and Jane Christian, 147 Woolley Street.
Hi. They're the same.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lisa Zaloga, architect for Kent and Jane Christian. This is another application that is on a corner. It's at 147 Woolley Street, so it's on the corner of Woolley and Van Brunt. The existing residence is a 2.5-story square rectangular house, I guess also called a pyramid house, it's by some, with a front covered porch facing Woolley Street. We are proposing 1-story additions to the north and the west, and the existing house is pre-existing non-conforming to the setback on Van Brunt Street, so we will also be at the Zoning Board of Appeals tomorrow night, asking for the relief. I don't think they'll have a problem with it. The 2 houses further down on Van Brunt have both gotten variances for setbacks on that as well. The house will, all of the materials will stay the same, except for the asphalt shingles on the roof will be changed to red cedar. and this one is surrounded by 12-foot high hedges.
The railings that's on the. I'm just confused by the railings. Is this just aesthetics?
On the, over the porch, yes.
Yeah.
You know, they have no interest in having any additional space on the second floor, so.
I'm sorry, excuse me?
They have no interest in having any additional space on the second floor, so in creating these one-story additions, I wasn't able to put a high-pitched roof on there because I would be killing windows on the second floor. We're trying actually not to change the second floor, and those are actually the only windows for those bedrooms upstairs. So there's a flat-roofed covered area that is kind of on the inside of the property, if you will, and that's what those flat roof, those little railings are, but they're little decorative railings that are like 18 inches
Those are what,
tall.
20 inches tall or 2 feet?
Yeah.
Okay.
Purely decorative.
Brian?
Well, I see it's covering the porch. No, I'm fine with that.
Christine?
Fine.
Esther?
Pam?
Pam?
I'm good.
Any public comment on the application?
He's good.
Motion to approve?
Make a motion that we approve the application for Lindsay Jane Christian at 147 Murray Street.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Good luck
Night.
tomorrow
Thank
night.
you very much. Oh, subject to ZBA.
Subject to.
Thank you.
Next application is 304 Meadow Lane, constructing a two-story single-family dwelling with deck, pools, and house. Milstein Properties. John, one question for you. Last we came in, we had an application which was approved, I think, about a year ago. That was to take the house down, or is that part of this application, the existing house?
Part of this application is to,
Part of this application?
is to take this house down.
Right, but it's not listed on here as such. Question I have is, when the Milsteins first made application to take their existing house down and put up a different house, I assume that this application has the demolition in it as well?
This application has to have demolition in it as well. It's in front of the ZBA, but this is not the same house that was presented over.
Correct. So we've already approved one house as the second swing into it. Is that correct? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Can you amend your application for demolition then, just so we're all legal? Because right now the application is for new only, so unless you're building on top of the other one. Okay, but I know we did approve the removal of the existing.
Great point.
Okay?
Wait a minute, wait. We wouldn't have to approve demolition of, it's not an historic district. So it was not this.
Nevertheless, we did about a year and a half ago, I believe.
Okay, I'm just letting you know, procedurally now.
Now we don't.
Exactly, so the application.
So the application is correct as written.
Correct.
Okay, now that you mentioned that, I was reminded of that. That because it's not in the historic district, it's not required. Sorry about that, I should have clicked on that right away. For the record, John David Rose Architects, located at 5 Main Street. Tonight I have with me Billy Imperial, one of the architects in my office. We've been working on this project with me. And of course, we have, got ahead of myself, affidavits of mailings, affidavits of postings.
You could pass out the smaller renderings first.
I could.
Thank you.
Exactly, just half the scale. In your package, you should have photographs of the subject property.
Affidavit of posting and affidavit of mailing.
It's additional copies. That's all in your file.
They start asking you to take photos of.
No, there was a time at one point where someone questioned whether it was posted. So we've gotten.
That's if a neighbor ever questioned the position of the posting, to make sure that they are able to, obviously, that it's legitimately posted in the right location. I don't think that was ever any procedure. Proceed. It's not neither here nor there.
Building's not in the historic district, not a contributing building. It was built in approximately 1970. In an R120 zone, the lot is 2.331 acres. Our project today is that we're going to demolish the existing building, the existing swimming pool house. The existing tennis court will remain and will be rebuilt in that location. Currently, this is in front of the ZBA, which is being heard tomorrow evening. This one in here is kind of important. Can you see this?
Mhm.
Smaller version of this is in your package. But the Reader's Digest version is the dark dotted line is the existing building. This dotted line here is the existing porch, existing pool, and existing stairs leading up to the property. What we're doing, we're moving our new building back further from the coastal erosion line. Here will be the front porch. You'll see that existing proposed is moved back. We're really not moving too much closer to the road either. We're coming in, you'll see that the pool house was closer to this property line. We're pulling away from that. The building,
You should have done it before, did that before I finished building that house.
good point.
Would have been a
As
lot
you know, the
easier.
site is right next to Cooper's Beach.
Yep.
This is one of their sheds right here. The house is basically falling apart as we speak. It's going to be a modern home, stucco siding. We have a sample of that. It's going to be real stucco, which is why Billy has to carry it in this color. Real cement back. We have a wall. These elevations are in your package as well. This is roadside, this is empty tennis court. Compared to that right there in your package is where we started. This wall here is going to be this color in a tile, which is rather large, probably 6 foot by 10 foot approximately the tile. The goal is the blue color canvas that you see on boats. So this isn't perhaps the best example of it, but it's that deep blue color. It's not a bright flashy color, it's the deep. The goal is to pick up the water feeling. The balance of it is white, and then you'll see on these recessed panels back here, we have wood. And in this photo right here, you'll see, with the exception of, I'll pass this up. This is the materials all taken together on the site in the light that the site enjoys.
How high is that? I'm going to call it an
27.
accent wall.
27.
27 feet?
27 is the building height.
What's the wall height, John?
Billy, do you know offhand?
It's
Because
past our parapet. We have a 3'6" parapet.
It lists as a parapet wall.
How tall is it from the grade, from the toe of the dune side?
How tall
I'm
is it?
confused about the location of the wall. Can you point the wall out on the landscape plan?
The wall's right here. It goes through the house. It's most of it inside.
But where does it extend to the outside of the house?
Here
Right?
and here.
And how far does it project out, John?
Out this way?
Yeah.
Approximately 3 feet.
That's it?
Yeah.
So it's an edge wall then?
Definitely.
It's a trim wall, a parapet wall.
Yeah.
It's a floating sphere in the middle of the structure.
The goal is to identify the entrance.
Okay.
It doesn't stick way out. I'm sorry. I misunderstood your question.
No, on A5, is the wall indicated anywhere on the front or on the
Is this it?
south elevation?
On page A5,
Yeah.
which is Oceanside.
Yeah, Oceanside.
You see the section line CA11.
No, I'm
Yes.
looking right at it. That's the wall.
That's the wall.
Okay, how thick is it? 2 feet, 3 feet,
4 feet. I'm sorry, 4 feet.
4 feet wide?
And the depth of it?
Goes right through the house.
No, the part that's visible.
That sticks past
So
towards
it's
the
4
ocean.
4 feet on the ocean side.
Wide.
Wide.
And
Wide.
blue, is that correct, or is it wood?
Blue.
And then what you're asking is how far, when it intersects the building on either
Correct.
the east or west side, how much is exposed To the
As I mentioned, it's
southeast?
approximately 3.5 feet that it protrudes past the building ocean side.
Okay, so it's about equal then. It's about 3.5 and
Approximately.
4 feet on the ocean side and 3.5 or 4 feet on the east side.
Approximately.
How far back is the property from
The ocean?
Yeah, the survey, it's,
There should be a survey in your package.
John, I had one other question though. That horizontal.
Can you give me a second to answer that, please?
Yeah, what's going on the wall?
well over 100 feet.
Hundred and eighty feet.
And from
I'm
metal?
sorry, no, I'm sorry. 135 feet.
And from metal?
Yes.
From metal. So we will not be able to see this from the right of way, any right of way or any purview.
Put it that way, and we won't be disappointed, but no, you won't be able to see it.
Actually, you can. I built the house right next door to this. I'm very familiar with this property. The toe of the dune, I think if you've got 25 feet, you're lucky from the seaward, from the landward side toe of the dune. This also is sticking out on the public beach and the public right-of-way, which is Cooper's Beach, on both the westerly view from the parking lot, if you will, where there are a lot of public events, and also Curtis from the beach side. The dune, or the crest of the dune, would have no relationship to the visibility of the blue. But going back to my question, the vertical blue that you have towards the westerly part of the house, there's also what indicates on your BA10, a horizontal beam. Is that also blue? And then you have yet another vertical one to the east of that.
The only thing that is blue is this one wall. That's
Is this one wall?
Everything else is.
Okay, so the horizontal beam, John, is just a, what's the material?
I have to be honest with you, I don't.
I'm looking at the horizontal beam here. This guy. right
That's
here.
stucco.
That's a piece of stucco?
Yes.
Okay, and this guy, this other vertical
Stucco.
beam is stucco.
Fireplace.
So you have this random blue guy running right through the house that's 4 feet wide, 3.5 feet projecting outward, or if you will, towards the south. Excuse me. And on the other side, on the street side, you have that same projection, but it's coming out 6 feet, is that correct? 6 or 7?
A little bit less than that.
5,
or 6,
4?
I think. Yeah, a little
Okay.
bit less than that.
Okay, thanks. And that lateral, or that horizontal blue, and the vertical two, or the stucco beam and the blue beam, okay, are how far from the landward toe of the dune?
I'm sorry. Ocean? You're looking for the ocean
Landward,
side?
not the ocean side toe, or the crest, but the landward side. Or just crest of dune for that matter, crest of dune
The
to
only
the.
crest of dune I recall would be waterside.
Well, there's the toe of the dune, the landward and seaward side, so I'm asking for the landward toe of the dune. What's the distance?
We gotta be around 100, I mean, it's gotta be
About
around
100 feet.
150 feet.
So you guys are moving the house back around 40 feet or so then, from the existing side. There's your thing right over there, John.
Oh, let me let's see again.
No. We're moving away from the ocean side.
Away from the ocean.
Correct. And we're
But you're
going-
limited to moving it back because you have a freshwater wetland, or a freshwater wetland set back towards the ocean side of the house, right?
This survey, which I hope is in your packet, if
It
not, I
is.
apologize.
It is.
All the wetlands are crawled out and all the distance separations have been met.
You're really moving it back because you're building towards the, same thing that I had, we're building towards the freshwater wetland setback, right?
We are
Which is
certainly limited
immaterial,
by
but the viewpoint, what we did on our project years ago, and similar projects that we've looked at, this board's looked at, is we've wanted an angle of attack from the ocean. This is in front of the Southampton Village's biggest, most, public beach. It's right literally on the corner there. So the angle of attack that we did on Calvin Klein's house is an example, and the beachfront view that we've done from other areas, to me, seems paramount with this application, particularly with the coloring coming into the dune. 100 feet is close to the distance from that wall to where we're sitting. Maybe a little less. But this wall sticks up how many feet from the grade? That blue wall is what I'm talking about.
29 feet.
30 feet in the air. Okay. And the top of the dune, just for fun and not to annoy you, is about 12, 14 feet? If you're standing on the beach?
On the beach?
Yeah, John. You're standing on the beach. On the public beach.
I do agree with the impact to this beach being a very vocal point of the village of Southampton, and the impact that protruding blue wall. You sure can.
And the fenestration too, you know.
Landscape plan by Ed Hollander.
Mhm.
Here is the existing tennis court, and here you'll see, right here is the village-owned property, and the buffer here, the planting buffer is extreme here,
That's the parking lot side, right?
right there.
Got it.
Here, we've created a series of low walls, because the property steps up. And a series of, on these walls, a series of trees. Very heavy planting along here. And if you drive by this, you really can't see too much now. It's gonna be very similar. It's in a pretty similar location, elevations are similar. There's a lot of screening going on this property.
The ocean side, John, is what I'm looking at.
The ocean side,
The view from the public right away, from
Right.
the ocean. I'm not concerned about so much the parking lot. Of course, he's going to put a lot of screening there. It's where he's playing tennis. He doesn't want to look at 300 cars.
Yes.
But he doesn't want to look at 300 people either. So I assume you're putting that same sort of effort into the screening to the ocean side, particularly since you've moved the house back.
we are, but there's a limit to clearly what
I
trees
understand.
one can
So that's why I was interested from the toe, the landward toe of the dune in, how far the house is physically, because the further back it is, or the further towards Meadow Lane, the less of the angle of attack you're going to see from the vertical wall, from the stucco, and from the fenestration in general. This is a very high house. I'd like to see that angle just looked at, that's all.
Okay. It's considerably lower than the house that's adjacent to it.
No, I know it. I built that house, I know.
Brian, comments?
I'm still confused about this blue wall. So, on the entrance side, coming into the house, right? Which is there. So, the blue wall sticks out from the house, you said like 4 or 5 feet or whatever. But going all the way back to the covered porch, that facade there, is that all blue as well?
This going back here?
Right.
Yes, till it runs into the building.
So it runs into the building. So that's about, what, 30 feet?
That
20
defines
20?
the entrance? No, I don't think it's that big.
And then does it continue through the house and go all the way
through the
back?
house.
So
Perhaps I could explain a little further what's going on with the blue wall. That's shown in this plan here. You'll see that when you come to the entrance, you pick up a water feature that's back there.
Right.
The water feature crosses underneath, and then the water goes through the house underneath the floor, and there's a glass floor right alongside of the blue wall.
Mhm.
So all along here, you have the blue wall that goes through the building, and then you have water running through the floor. And then it comes through, and it appears to dump into the swimming pool. Now, obviously, we can't mix the two waters, but the goal is for it to dump into the swimming pool, negative edge to appear to all connect
Mhm.
the bay and the ocean. So that's the
Okay.
theory behind the blue wall.
Right, I'm all for the blue wall, but how are you going to see it from the public right away? I agree, John, that you're probably not going to see it from Meadow, nor are you going to see it from the parking lot.
Okay, so from the beach
My
side, there's a
interest
double
is from the
crest.
public right of way, from
Fair
the,
enough.
from the higher dune as you drive up or walk up,
Right.
and also from the angle of attack from the beach, both east and west and straight south.
Okay, we have a double crest dune,
Right, I know, yep.
as you know, so
That's why I was asking about the landward toe of the dune is really your anchor, because the crest is, as Curtis, you and I spoke a long time ago, the crest is always moving around, you know, so it's really from the toe of the dune that we're interested.
Brian, did he answer your question?
Yes. Yeah, I'm
Are you
clear.
satisfied with the answer?
Yes.
We are approximately 300 feet from the water side toe of the dune, the first.
Okay, the seaward side.
It's way back.
Inclusive of the dune itself.
This whole thing.
From the toe.
The inside of the house is blue glass.
So it's
from the
you have two
seaward
crests
toe.
between you and the house. So I
Yeah.
doubt seriously you're going to see much of this house from the beach. Although
Christine, do you have any
I
comments?
wish they would.
No.
Esther, do you have any comments? Do you have any opinion on having a line of sight with regards to the beach purview or viewpoint from the beach, and how the impact of the wall, this blue wall. that
Not
will
just
be
the blue
protruding
wall,
out.
but the stucco and the fenestration as
I don't think anyone has any issue with the stucco
Yeah,
and
no.
fenestration.
No.
It's just the
And the
blue
big
wall.
curved wall's all glass, you know, so.
Yeah, so
Okay.
do you have any challenge with the line
No.
of sight?
No, I think it's kind of cool. It's just
Christine.
this blue thing, could
That's
be
the
great
issue.
if you're not great. I don't
love
know.
I love the design of the house. I think it's really beautiful. I have some concern about the blue and how much you're going to see it from the beach.
Okay.
So,
Blue wall, no issues. Is there any public comment on the application? Public comments?
Is it just this piece that's going to be visible?
Why don't you ask the applicant?
How much of the blue wall will be visible?
From the beach,
Mm-hmm.
that little strip right there.
No, that strip is 4 feet wide, plus the other angle is 3 feet, so it's about an 8-foot view from
Perhaps I could
an
add
angle
that.
of attack, right, John? And then,
Correct, it is 4
yeah,
feet
and
wide.
then how high does it go? Just so,
20 feet high.
20 feet?
No, height-wise?
Yeah.
More than
It's a
that.
parapet, it's approximately 29 feet.
It's
30
30 feet
feet.
in the air then, and it goes over the top.
Okay.
I don't think it looks that bad.
I don't think it looks bad at all.
I think it looks,
Let me
I
explain a little
have
bit
to agree with
further.
you. It's cool that
There's a
it
series of,
intersects the curve.
The owner is a cancer survivor, very sensitive to the sun. So there's a series of blue,
So the whole house is glass.
Exactly.
but the sun can't, we could show you the solar studies, and the sun does not get in it, which is why we have the big overhangs. There's a series of umbrellas, blue umbrellas. It's the same blue that you see on boats.
Okay.
It's the navy blue. This blue is not a
Got
bright,
it.
flashy blue. These umbrellas are the same color as that. If you go to the beach and from this house and look forward at all the umbrellas, it's that blue that's on those umbrellas that's in this wall.
Okay. I have no
They
issue.
navy blue.
I have no
Right.
issue with the application as submitted. Do we have any opposition?
No.
No.
Any opposition?
No.
Any opposition from the public? Motion to approve.
I make a motion to approve the application for Milstein Properties, 304 Meadow Lane.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Good luck, John.
Time. Thank you.
Thank you for the
Next
explanation.
application is 111 Post Lane LLC, construction of two-story single-family dwelling, attached garage, and pool house.
John, do you want
John, if you
these?
paint if you paint another color of that wall or something like that, if you, just let us know, okay?
I'll get out of your way until 2 seconds. You did beat me up. I'm sorry.
Do you want these back?
If you don't want them.
Yeah, so why don't you take them?
I'll put it in my garbage.
Consider them a gift from me. Beginning of a long relationship. Yes. Good luck.
Good luck, thank you.
111 Post Lane.
My name's Brian Glasser. I'm representing McDonough and Conway Architects, and I have a few. All right. The first thing I was going to start off with is just the existing site. It's a vacant lot that is on, it's 111 Post Lane, and it's on the north side of Post Lane. The existing, the proposed work, I mean, I guess I can go to if you go to the pictures, I kind of have just like a perspective of the existing vacant lot, and then I just did an aerial view showing the surrounding, the site is right in the middle, showing the adjacent houses. And then I showed the houses to the left and the right, which is on the west side. And I have one on the east side, and then we also have the house on the opposite side of the street. Going to the site plan.
Chair, I'm going to need to visit this site and take a look at this. I can't focus enough on this application.
Continue. You want to go over your fenestrations,
The proposed materials. Basically, it's going to be a two-story shake-style house with. We're going to be doing a detached garage and a pool house, and the materials that we're going to be using are. If you go to page A4, I could start. It's basically your roof shingles are going to be red cedar, typical for the village. With our trim is going to be PVC, and I have here's just a sample of the color. It's Benjamin Moore, which is a white, historical white paint color. I don't know if you need the paint
Yeah, I know
chip.
the color.
And going down, I have samples. We're going to be using AZAC or a PVC trim. And also for the window, I have the window cuts here. just showing that we're going to be using basically it's an aluminum clad with a wood interior, and it's going to be white to match the trim color. The cedar siding is going to be, the cedar shingles are going to be 5.5-inch exposure. Which is there. That's pretty much it for the materials. I don't know if I'm missing anything else. We're going to be using copper flashing, half-round copper gutters, brick, you know, a typical red brick veneer for the chimneys. I don't know if there's anything else that I'm missing. The landscaping is going to remain as the same pretty much. There's not going to be any changes to that. And that's really it. If you have any questions.
Where did you get the inspiration for?
Sorry.
This design.
For this design, the windows, the chimneys, there's a lot going on.
Yeah, it's basically I was trying to go with a more of a traditional look with just the the materials that you would see in the village. And
this is your inspiration of in traditional Southampton Village?
Yeah.
Look, we've been looking at a lot of plans, and it's 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
I remember, I mean, this Post Lane I'm very familiar with, and to me, at least personally, I'd like to go and visit this site and absorb this application a bit more past this evening's meeting.
Absolutely.
And I would like to ask you if you would request an adjournment at this stage so we can get a little more familiar with the on-site condition and so forth. And I can get my eye on this plan a little bit better than I looked at this afternoon and so forth.
If you can do yourself a favor too, and maybe, I'm not going to take anything for granted, but maybe take a field trip around the village and look at some of the various architecture ideas. Not that we're asking you to mimic it, but
take a look at our
taking into consideration some of the different styles that you see, especially within that community.
Okay.
Is there any public comment? Please step forward. Your name for the record.
Mayron Talley, McDonough Conway Architects.
I'm sorry?
Mayron Talley, McDonough Conway Architects. Just want to be clear, Mr. Hogue mentioned the visit to the site.
To the neighborhood, I want to look at the houses along Post Lane.
Right.
There used to be an association called the Toilsome Post Lane Neighborhood Association down there. They were very particular with the vernaculars and so forth. I would like to visit the site from the public viewpoint.
Right.
Take a look and compare the plans and the details that you have. I realize that some of these are AutoCAD drawings and so forth.
Right, right. Yeah, and Mr. Highsmith mentioned the architecture. I mean, I just want to be prepared. You know, I've been here many times. I just want to be prepared for the next meeting to make sure what we're focusing on. Are we going to change the style, or I would just want to know if the board members have any comments.
I'll put a few comments, but I'd like to get a better view of the house. But first, the thing that sticks out are the four chimneys to me are completely out of scale. I don't know if that's an AutoCAD issue. You've done this before and provided us at a later date with more detail. I also think in previous applications that the fenestration is all over the place. And there's a lot going on in the house, but I think it may be AutoCAD's issues, or it could be the dimensional issues. I don't know, but I'd rather view this on the street, looking at it, before we even reviewed the actual light cuts and so forth.
Are you able, or had the technology to make a three-dimensional rendering? To give us a little depth?
A two-dimensional streetscape or a three-dimensional?
Three-dimensional to give us a little bit of depth.
Right.
And dimension.
We do have the capability, of course.
Can you do that? Because from a flat surface, it looks very busy.
Mm-hmm.
And the chimneys really do look out of scale. So
right.
They seem too massive.
Mm-hmm.
And the front facade seems very busy. And it is very late, but you know, as an example, the rear elevation is much cleaner looking, and the west elevation is
Can we
much.
just turn the house? No.
No, it's
You have three different roofs going on the front. You have a shed roof
The shed
interconnecting with
roof
the
is too
gable
heavy.
roof, and it's anchoring, it feels like it just fell on it,
Very
essentially.
heavy, yeah.
So you may want to look at that, but I'd like to move on if you're asking for an adjournment
All
until
right.
you come back.
No, I just wanted to be clear, because we did spend some, paid some attention to the design, though.
Of course you did.
A little more detail for the front door as well.
All right. So let's go back to the three-dimensional. Is the board still requesting that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
Be simpler.
Any public comment?
I'd like to see a corbelling detail on the chimneys.
Are you requesting at this time the board adjourn?
To adjourn for the next meeting, 2 weeks?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
October 9th.
Thank you.
Motion to approve applicant's request to adjourn.
I make a motion we approve the applicant's request to adjourn 111 Post Lane LLC to our next meeting on October 7th.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next application, please.
The next application is Todd and Harriet Johnson, 1970 Meadow Lane for 1 and 2 story additions. If I can get the plans out here. There.
They should just go on my website to get ideas.
What?
Just go on my website to get ideas.
Okay.
The small ones.
My name is Greg Llewellyn. I work for Llewellyn Engineering. I'm the agent for the applicant tonight. The property is 1970 Meadow Lane. Sits on 3.25 acres. The existing house is 9,160 square feet. It's a two-story. It's circular in plan, mostly circular in plan, and we're looking at adding 562 square feet for 2 stories on the northern part of the building. This part of the drawings is the northern part of the building, so what we're looking at doing is filling in the circular slice.
You're talking about the Meadow Lane side?
Yes, the Meadow Lane.
Okay. You're infilling those open porches?
Yes.
With your addition, is that that's the total of your application?
That is true.
An infill of the first and second floor. You have what you're doing there on an elevation? Just
Yes,
show us.
we have elevation.
Where?
So they're closing and closing that up. Okay.
Which elevation is
That's
that?
201.
201? Okay.
Using the same materials as the rest.
Same materials.
Matching materials and the
Which
fenestration
is a
cuts.
clear cedar.
Okay.
Ryan, comments?
Nope.
Christine?
Nothing impacted at all.
Esther?
No, fine.
Any public comment on the application? Motion to approve.
Make a motion we approve the application of Tom and Harriet Johnson at 1970 Meadow Lane.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Good luck.
Would you like these back?
You can
Thank you.
And could it be?
Is that the last one?
Hopefully.
Jasper Rose,
Frankly, I'm
LLC,
exhausted just
60.
sitting here, I gotta tell you.
How do you think we feel?
I feel for you guys.
Thank you.
I worked as a planner for the town of Southwold, on this side of the fence before.
I have to say, in like 14 years or so, I think this is the latest meeting.
Nah. We've been at 1 o'clock in the morning.
60 Halsey.
What time?
I'm looking for it.
It's not
For
so bad,
ARB?
then.
I don't think so.
Yes, we have.
That's the last one, isn't it?
With Roger.
Really?
Yeah. That's when I think we were doing CBS. Getting on and on and on and on. Proceed, sorry.
Anthony Trezza on behalf of the applicant. It's been a long night for you guys. It's
Let's
been a
take
long
our
night for
time,
everybody.
though. This is,
Well, yeah,
we're in no rush now.
You be quiet.
You're familiar with the property, 60 Halsey Street. You've had many meetings on this property before, and
Yeah.
before I was involved. So I won't go through the whole history with you. What I'm here for tonight is, we had already received approval from this board.
What's the deal with the garage being moved in the back?
Had that read.
We are going.
Can you let him finish his?
Yeah, but it really boils down to the garage.
Presentation.
We're here, obviously, for some changes to the architectural design, minor changes to the architectural design of the garage, notably some changes to the doors. The materials are going to remain traditional, cedar, siding cedar roofing and white trim. So nothing varies too much from what you already approved for this particular structure on the prior application. You're asking about relocation. We are going back to the zoning board to address the issue of
And I
relocation.
see we have a letter from a neighbor who's asking for us to hold off on the decision of this application due to the locating of the garage that the ZBA
If
is
we,
reviewing.
we're going to have the letter read into record, but let's
I just
finish the
handed her.
presentation.
So you have the plans in the file?
Yes, we do.
So
Yes.
as you can see, I don't have any easel or anything. You can see basically what we're trying to do here, very similar to what was already approved. Like I said, as you can see, the doors, which are now going to be in the front elevation, have changed, but the materials and everything else are similar or the same to what was already approved. It seems that what I'm gathering from adjacent property owners and is some concerns about the site plan itself, but I'm here to this evening.
Are the doors facing a different direction than they did in the approved application?
Well, yeah, we're in a different.
I want to change the doors to windows, French doors. And they flip-flop the garage to the back of the property, and they're waiting for ZBA. The letter
Yeah,
on the
maybe I have
file
the
is
site plan
asking
here.
for ZBA approval before we make a decision, because if we make a decision, we might be encouraging the application to go forward.
Yes, so here's where the doors are facing now. Previously, the garage was obviously approved back here. I don't have the.
Is it becoming a pool house? Is that the idea?
No, it's going to be a garage. We're going to
Okay,
have
and you're going to
approved
enter from the back?
Yes, and just over here. It's being eliminated from over here. Frankly, I question the interpretation that we're getting from the building department on why we're even before the ZBA, because we meet all our setback requirements. That this is a front yard issue because we have two front yards that sandwich in between this
So you're
property.
putting the garage in the front yard?
That's what they're saying, that,
Yeah.
even back here, they made the same claim that it was sitting in the front yard. Their interpretation was that all of this becomes the front yard because of being in between the two properties. I don't know if I agree with that, but needless to say, the garage back here simply didn't work. It went back here, directly outside the view of this house. This just makes more sense. Still operating as one property. We're still proposing the same number of structures. Everything else remains the same. So all we're doing is relocating to a different part of the property. We're still going to provide the landscaping. We're still going to meet our other setbacks off the road, and for which we have rights of access to. So overall, it seems pretty minor, and I'm here to answer any questions.
ZBA on this is tomorrow night, is that correct?
ZBA is not on this tomorrow night. I was only recently advised that we were going back to the ZBA. This sort of popped up rather quickly.
Can we have the letter just read into record so that we have it on record, please?
Sure. This letter is in reference to the application of Jasper Rose LLC at 60 Halsey Street. The board is being asked to comment on a design change of the garage that has previously been approved. We believe that the application before you is premature, since the applicant is required to go before the ZBA for not only the placement but the orientation of the garage. We request that there be no opinion offered until the ZBA has depending on the outcome of the ZBA hearing, the applicant should then go before the ARB requesting any aesthetic alterations. It should also be noted that the applicant has installed a storage area in the basement of the accessory building. Only a crawl space was approved. And then in addition, both enlarging and altering the structure was erected on the west side of the building, not constructed according to approved plans. This addition was removed only after the alteration was brought to the building department's attention. In addition, a landscaping plan for the site was requested and approved by this board. The plan included mature plantings to be placed between our properties to shield their buildings and to allow for privacy between the lots. To date, the landscaping agreed to and approved by this board has not been installed. We ask that the board require that the landscaping be put in place as agreed upon, and that any future changes to the site plan include the landscaping as previously approved. Thank you, Andrew and Christine Lockwood.
Okay, just to respond to some of the facts in that letter, this board does approve a landscape plan as part of the building permit requirement, and once it becomes an approved application, it is the building department's responsibility to enforce that, not the ARB. We're not an enforcery board, we're an aesthetic board, and our responsibility is to approve the project, but then it is the building department's responsibility to police the activity.
Sure.
So we cannot get involved in the enforcement of it. We would hope that the building department does what their responsibilities to do. With regards to the initial approval, I do personally, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself, I do agree that because this is not like previous applications where it was just a small variance that needed to be required, this is a relocation, readjustment, and an entirely different approval prior to, and I do believe this is premature to be approved at this point, and should have the variance approved before the ARB makes its recommendation. That's just my own personal opinion. I will see how the other board members feel about that as well.
I would concur.
That's your set.
I do think it's
Brian?
premature.
Yeah, I agree. I think the location of the new garage impacts the people on Fordham Road, and I think that that was such a big issue with this application. I also noticed the house is for sale, and we went through all the personal issues of the people building the house, why everything had to be a certain way, and it's for sale. So I would rather get your zoning approved, and then we'll see where it goes.
By the way, the for sale portion of it is also not in our purview.
Right.
It's irrelevant.
Just an observation.
I just want to make sure for the record we understand.
Asking for a adjournment for them.
Was there public comment?
Well,
I'm sorry.
I was asking
We're just
for an
finalizing
approval
this
this
vote.
evening, but, obviously this board's going to make their decision. I would submit.
No, we haven't made a
We
decision.
haven't made a decision. If I jumped ahead.
Okay.
Okay, the chair is asking for public comment.
Please step
Go
forward.
ahead.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to give, I don't know if I go through you?
Yes.
Okay.
Your name for the record, too.
Nan Adams, 79 Fordham Road. I got 3 copies, I hope you can share.
We only need 2.
Okay. The first set is marked
Thank you.
with an A. This is what was approved, the site. I thought you would like to see the site where it was originally planned. If the first is the house as it stands now, the original house. The second page is where the garage was originally planned and approved. And then you can see the next 2 are the plan where the garage was in the back, and that was approved. And you can see the original plan on page 4 of the accessory cottage, guest cottage, facing Fordham. Then you have 2 more copies. And the second set, you have the accessory guest cottage, whatever you want to call it. And you see I marked with an X the site where they would like the 2-car garage to be. And then you turn on the next page. This is the proposed new driveway off of Fordham. A long driveway along the Lockwood property. And then you see the altered plan on Halsey Street where the driveway just stops and it doesn't go back to where the original garage was planned. I would like you to take that into your consideration.
Yep.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, that's very helpful.
Very clear.
Any other public comment? Anything further from the applicant?
I would just like to submit to the board that, I understand what she's saying. I'm very aware, we've had discussions about what was approved, but we're going through a process to change those plans. It happens sometimes when people are spending the kind of money they are on these properties and development. Sometimes they sit back and they go, I think I want my garage over there, or I think I want.
Understood.
So it happens.
We understand that.
I know there's been a lot of meetings on this, and what I'm trying to do is move this project forward. I get the, I get.
And you're
my guess
doing
is
that, and you're
um,
doing a great job of it, okay? But the bottom line is, I think we've expressed that we wanted to wait until what the ZBA decides before we look at this.
At this point, the board is not prepared to make approval on this application, so are you requesting that we adjourn until you finish your ZBA approval? Motion to approve applicant's request to
I
adjourn?
make a motion that we approve the applicant Jasper Rose LLC at 60 Horsey Street request to adjourn to our next meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
If for some reason that application is delayed, postponed, and it needs to, this applicant, it does not represent itself prior to our next meeting, we would really request that you write a letter.
Follow up.
Just a follow up, whether it needs to be adjourned and purposes, so that we know, and we're not just sitting here like, what should we do?
No, absolutely. Appreciate
Thank
your
you.
time tonight.
Thank
Thank you very
you.
much.
Good night.
Thank you.
We're left with minutes, minutes from the 28th of August. Were they approved already?
No, because we didn't have the last meeting, but you weren't here.
I wasn't
so
here,
you can't
okay.
vote on
Motion?
Make
To
a
approve
motion
minutes?
that we approve the minutes from August 28th.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Abstain. And
At
motion to
11
close
11:20.
the meeting of the architecture. Please, motion, motion.
I make a motion.
Motion that we close the meeting of the Board of Architecture Review and Historic Preservation for September 25th.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Good night.